lokho engitshela ikhoti manje.
That is incorrect. I've never said that. What I am saying is what I am telling the court now.
So you are distancing yourself from that assertion.
Manje wena uyaziqhelakanyisa naleyo nto ekhulunywe ummeli.
Mina ngoba ngizela ukuzokhulumela uMngomezulu la ngizoyikhulumela into eyenzeka kimi.
As I am here, I am not here to speak on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu. I am here to speak on my behalf, my lord.
That is, the traffic doesn't go to that direction, it's the opposite direction. He is speaking on your behalf, not you.
Uthi ke ummeli umshushisi ayihambi kanjalo. Kahle kahle akusuwena ozikhulumelayo noma ukhulumela umnumzana uMngomezulu. Umnumzana uMngomezulu ukhulumela wena.
Mina ngoba ngila ibhoxini ngizoyikhulumela mina into eyenzeka kimi.
As I am here on the witness stand, I am here to speak on my behalf on what happened to me.
So what was it that he was doing on the date in question when he made the statement?
Manje ngalesikhathi ekhuluma loludaba umnumzana uMngomezulu bekayenzani? Loludaba lokuthi uye wayisiwa eBasotho hostel.
Angeke ngiphendulele uMngomezulu ukuthi benzani.
I cannot respond on his behalf, my lord.
Thank you. I will park it here. My lord, I want to, at this stage, just to forewarn the court that the state will be cross-examining the accused person on the contents of the confession that was made to Colonel Mboto, as well as the pointing out that was made to Colonel Hadebe. Reason being that he is not the author of such a document, and in terms of the law, it is permissible. And I'm going to cite the following case law.
No, just begin again. You say you want to do what?
Cross-examine
Yes.
Mr.
Who?
Sibia
Yeah.
on the contents of the statement that he made before Colonel Mboto.
Or the statement.
Yes, that
Which
was
he
made.
made?
That okay, Exhibit GG, let me say the contents of Exhibit GG, because he is not the author of such statement.
Yeah, but fine. So you're not referring to FF.
Maybe I'm mixing up the...
Because you can't refer to the contents of the alleged confession before.
It's FF, my lord.
Hello?
It's indeed Exhibit FF, yes.
No. There's no law like that. The law is clear. You only test the contents of an alleged confession, which the court has already ruled that it is admissible. And the government of testing that is where an accused person says, the contents of this confession are not mine. I was told by the police to say this and that and that and that and that. Are you with me?
Exactly, my lord. That is the point. He did not make such a statement.
No, you're not listening.
Yes.
I haven't ruled on that confession.
Indeed so.
FF.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I proceed
your
to...
application is premature.
Yes, can I proceed just to finish my application?
Okay, fine. Let's hear you.
Yes, court, please.
Which case were you going to quote me?
State versus Libone.
State versus
Libone.
Lebone. Fine.
Yes. And I just want to get the citation. It's 1965, volume 2, SA, on page 837. It was a decision of the appellant division by then.
AD.
Yes.
What do they say?
When a trial judge adjudicates upon the admissibility of a confession as a separate issue, and when the accused himself alleges that the contents of his confession are false and that they were submitted by the police, and this fact is used as part of his case that he was forced by the police to make a statement, then the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine the accused on the contents of the confession to show that the accused himself was the source of the contents and not the police as alleged by him. The cross-examination is then undertaken with the object of attacking the credibility of the accused, a relevant matter, not in order to prove that the contents are true.
Yeah, you've misread that case. That case is obvious. It says the contents. It's what I was telling you. The contents of the confession. I don't have a confession which has been ruled by myself to be admissible. And I've never had sight of it. So that case refers to an exigency where a ruling has been made in favor of the state. And an accused person contends that the contents of that confession are not his. They were foretold to him, or the police gave him that version. Then you are at liberty, after that ruling, if the ruling has been made, to use that decision. And in any case, that decision, when you use it, it's because the court, even after the confession, alleged confession, has been ruled to be admissible, there's a possibility that the contents of that confession could say anything. I don't know. You could say oscillate, vivivic, globule, vivivic. I don't know what he's saying. So the court also has to read the contents to determine whether in fact those contents are a confession or not. Are you with me?
I understand.
Yeah, so that question is disallowed, sir. The application, rather.
I will move to other aspects.
Who are the judges there? I know that case. 65.
Judge
Who's that?
Holmes. It's Judge Holmes, Vessels and
Harams.
Yes.
And who?
Vessels and Holmes.
Yeah, fine. That's 1965. After the first constitution and the second constitution, the law is changed. Okay. That's
Here's the
1965.
Here's the court, please.
Right. 1983, 1993 and 1996, the law is completely changed. And that's why I'm saying presently the law says what I'm telling you now. Okay, thanks. Continue.
Here's the court, please. Now, you testified that when you arrived at Albertine, you find the members of the TRT there.
Uthe mawufika eAlbertine uthole amaphoyisa we-TRT.
Bangifika eAlbertine awuthi ngithola amaphoyisa ngibone sekukhona namaphoyisa eTRT.
Not that I found them there, but I noticed that they were there.
Did you interact with them?
Uye wakhulumisana nabo?
Cha.
No.
Did they come where you were seated or you were standing?
Baye beza labo ume khona noma labo uhleli khona.
Mangikulela office babelokhu bephithizela nje phambi kweminyango lapha ya.
Whilst I was in that office, they were just moving around next to the door.
Is it something that is unusual to find members of the South African police at the police station?
Yinto engajwayelekanga na ukuthi uthole amaphoyisa e-police station.
Okwenza ukuthi ngikhulume ngeTRT yingoba mase bengena emotweni sebengifaka emotweni nawo ajoyina leyo convoy emoto.
What made me to talk about TRT is that when I was put in the police vehicle, they also joined that convoy.
How did you see them?
Ubabone kanjani?
Imoto ekulandelayo uyakwazi ukuyibona.
The vehicle behind you, you are able to see it.
There was evidence in this court by the person who took you those photographs that I showed you yesterday, saying that he was following the car that you and Colonel Hadebe were traveling in.
Kunobufakazi obuzilela enkantolo ngalo muntu bekakuthatha leza ithombe ebazibonise zona izolo kuthiwa lo muntu uthe yena wayekade elandela le moto lebe wena no Colonel Hadebe nihamba ngayo.
Angeke ngize ngikhulumele lo muntu ukuthi uthini kodwa mina ngithi okwenzakalayo le moto yayiza ngemuva kwethu.
I would not speak on what he said or on his behalf. However, what I would say is that that vehicle was following us.
And then that aspect was not challenged when he said he was following the vehicle that you and Hadebe were in.
Lolo daba ngaleso sikhathi ekhuluma yena athi wayekade elandela le moto ebekade wena no Hadebe nikuyo. Ayizange idingidwe noma ayizange iphikiswe ngaleso sikhathi.
Ngisacela ungiphindela angizwisisi kahle.
Lolu daba alikhulumile yena lokuthi ubekade elandela imoto lebekade wena no Hadebe nikuyo. Ayizange iphikiswe ummeli wakho ngaleso sikhathi yena aqeda ukuyikhuluma la enkantolo.
Ngamtshela ummeli mhlawumbe angezwanga kodwa ke mina ngoba ngila eboxini ila ngizokhuluma khona konke okwenzakalayo. Ngizele khona ukuzosho ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalela langa ngoba ngila eboxini.
I told my advocate, my lord, perhaps he's the one that did not hear or understand what I told him. However, I am here to state everything that happened.
So now do you see the implications of that instruction being carried forward?
Manje uyabona ukuthi lento beyibaleke kangakanani.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ibaluleke kakhulu ngoba nje ngireza la icourt ngizosho vele izinto ezibalekile.
Yes, I believe it was important, and that is why I am also here to state what is important.
And then do you see now the difficulty that we find ourselves in, because that very part of the testimony that you are giving the court today was never put to the photograph.
Manje uyabona futhi nobunzima osizithola sikubo ngenxa yokuthi leyo nto ewikhulumayo ayizange itshelwe lo muntu lo bekathwebula ithombe.
Konsekatolo mina okwami ukuthi ngize eboxini ngizosho ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalolu suku loliya.
My lord, for me,
ngikhulumela ukuthi omunye umuntu wathini noma utheni.
as for me, what is important is that I am at the witness stand to come and testify on what happened. I will not be able to state on what someone had said.
And that someone, are you referring to the state witness or you're referring to your attorney?
Uma uthi omunye umuntu ukuthi utheni, usho ubani, usho ufakazi wombuso noma ummeli wakho.
Ngisho ukuthi lo afuna ukuthi ngifakazele yena noma ngihambisana nenkulumo yakhe ngithi mina ngizosho okwenzakala kimi ngalolu yalanga.
I am referring to a person that the state wishes me to speak on their behalf. I am here to state what has happened.
Say, there's someone speaking on your behalf.
Kunomuntu okumele.
May I interject, my lord, by raising this objection? The line of questioning by my colleague to this witness is not fair. In fact, the state has to prove that a pointing out was made lawfully and the state has complied with the requirements. My lord, there is no dispute in relation to the conveyance of accused number of the witness from police station to Fort Loras. As to who was escorting the person that was conveying the suspect together with Colonel Hadebe does not amount to any element of pointing out if there's no dispute in terms of conveyance, my lord.
Mr. Slandi, what's your response?
My lord, it has a bearing. It must be done freely, and then he said it before this court. The presence of those gentlemen scared him when he saw them. So them being there wherever that they were going, it's going to even scare him even more. And it is our contention as the state that they were not there.
Yeah, the question is allowed because 217 says it must be done free and voluntarily and free. Just recite the recitation.
Is the court, please?
Recite it. It was done free. It must be done free and voluntarily without.
Undue influence.
When you are in your
Sound
sober.
and sober senses.
That's it. Now, if there is a dispute about the fact that the witness, the state says there was no coercion in the taking of the photographs, in the pointing of the alleged areas. I don't know why they were pointing them. Then the conveyance towards that locality is critical. More especially where, in my view, there is evidence by the accused here that he was assaulted before they went there. Now, the critical question, according to Sibande, is the version which he says was put was that the photographer, after Khadebe and Mr. Sibia had got into their grey Volkswagen sedan, they were followed by the photographer. And it was Sibia, Khadebe, and the driver. And the photographer was following the car which was being driven immediately behind them. But he is now saying, which is entitled to say and do, is now saying, Mr. Sibia, that they, TRT, followed Khadebe's vehicle. So the question is allowed.
Is the court, please?
If it's true.
What is the response?
Ithini impendulo yakho?
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo.
May you please repeat the question?
Saying that which you are telling this court today was not put to the photograph. Say you are lying, you are not following the car that Hadebe, Sibia, and the driver were in. They were followed by members of the TRT.
Uthi lo mbuzo lowo ukuthi lo bekathwebula izithombe ubekade elandela imoto yenu awuzange ubuzwe njengoba ikuthi wena uthi imoto bekade ilandelwa abantu be-TRT.
Before I allow the witness to respond, I just want, my Lord, to make sense of what my colleague is submitting before this honorable court. Because if it is put as a version that has been put or challenged when the driver was driving behind the motor vehicle of Colonel Khadebe, it has never been put as a version.
No, you are misunderstanding your learned colleague.
Yes. The question, my Lord...
Otherwise we're going to waste time.
No.
Mr. Sibande says the photographer testified that after taking photographs inside the office of Khadebe, and after taking photographs when Mr. Sibia was supposed to get into the vehicle, the grey, here it is, I've got it here, the grey Volkswagen. They subsequently took the photos, then Mr. Sibia, Khadebe, and the driver of this grey car got into that car, this car.
Yes.
It exited the police premises, and it was immediately, according to the state, it was immediately followed by the photographer's vehicle.
That's correct.
That's it.
That's correct, madam.
So
but
now he says, your client says, the TRT police were following the vehicle of Khadebe,
yes,
in which he was conveyed.
Thank you,
Now
madam.
he says it was never disputed.
Yes, my Lord. I'm saying that should not be put as a version that was put to the driver of the...
No, it's not being put as a version.
But now, if my Lord, a witness is confronted on what is said now and what was not challenged at that time. At that time, nothing was challenged to the driver or the motor vehicle of the photographer. It's only the evidence that here now that Mr. Sibiya is saying he was followed by the TRT.
No,
It has
no.
never been canvassed.
No.
We never contested that the photographer.
I think you're misunderstanding
Yes.
the procedure. When an advocate defends a person, you read all the documents and you say, give me your version. What happened? What happened? And now the assumption, according to Sibande, is that you must have been given instructions that the car which was immediately following Khadebe and the police who was driving it, and with Mr. Sibiya being behind, it was immediately followed by the car of the photographer. That's basically it. And now he says, Mr. Sibanda, he says your client is saying that, sorry, Mr. Sibiya is saying Khadebe's car was immediately followed by the TRT and not by the photographer. That's what is being contested here. Nothing miraculous. Yes, sir. Am I quoting you correctly, sir?
Correct.
Yes, let's proceed, please.
I'm still waiting for the answer because when he was about to prefer an answer, then Mr. Mngomezulu stood up.
Usungaphendula ke Sibiya.
Cela ungiphindele umbuzo.
May you please repeat the question once more?
I'm saying that very important aspect where the photographer testified in court that he immediately followed the vehicle, as it was correctly pointed out by the court, the VW motor vehicle, immediately, not what you are saying in court that you were followed by the members of the TRT. That fact was not put before this court.
Uthi umshushisi le ndaba le yokuthi umuntu lo bekathwebula ithombe uyena obekade elandelela imoto lebe nina nihamba ngayo. Yena uthi wena manje sewuthi imoto yenu beyilandelelwa abantu be-TRT. Leyo ndaba yokuthi beyilandelelwa abantu be-TRT ayizange ikhulunywe ummeli wakho.
Okay, ngeke ngiphendulele uMngomezulu ukuthi azange ayikhulume ngayikhuluma uyo ngayikhulumela. Mina la engikushoyo kosekatolo i-escort uma ingi-escorta mina, i-escorta mina ihlala emva kwami. Lo muntu wecamera wayenga-escortile mina. Ama-TRT yiwa escorte mina. Obvious abase eduze kwemonto kusuke kukhona mina kuyo.
My Lord, I would not speak on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu. However, when I was escorted, the escort would be behind me. And the escort vehicles that I saw, it was TRT, not the photographer.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Jonathan in this court?
Uye usakhumbula umbona omnumzana uJonathan la enkantolo.
Kosekatolo makhuluma uJonathan khuluma ngamu.
Who is Jonathan?
But you mentioned him, Mr. Sibiya, don't be smart. You even mentioned him among the people that were in Timbisa, people that assaulted you in Fosloras, people that assaulted you in the Tabong. But now you're asking me which Jonathan we're talking about.
Uthi ungazama ukudlala ngaye uJonathan wena wamusho ukuthi ukushayile endaweni ethize eLthabong wakushaya wahlangana naye Fosloras uJonathan yena lobo ukhuluma ngaye.
Kosekatolo uJonathan we traffic cop ngambona la eBoxing.
Yes, I did see the Mr. Jonathan, who is a traffic officer,
Yes.
ITA in court.
He came to this court and he informed this court that on the day in question, he and his colleagues conducted an escort. And among the escort was to guard the suspect as well as Colonel Hadeb.
Uthi ke uJonathan uye weza la enkantolo wathi yena namaphoyisa abanye laba asebenza nabo bebakade be-escorta imoto. Isizathu soku-escorta leyo moto beku-escorta umsolwa lo bekaphakathi kuleyo moto no-Colonel Hadeb.
Kosekatolo uJohannes azange ngize ngimbone nge-escorta mina. Abantu abangi-escortayo mangisuke eAlbertine kwakuyi-TRT.
My Lord, I did not see Johannes escorting me. The people that I saw escorting me, it was TRT.
So why was it not disputed when Jonathan was on the witness box that you are lying, Constable Jonathan? you never conducted an escort on that particular date.
manje kungani uJonathan ngalesikhathi eme la sime khona angazange atshelwe ukuthi Jonathan lento oyikhulumayo amanga lihlaza wena awuzange uescorte umsolwa noHadebe?
Nkosikatolo anginalo ilungelo lokuthi umuntu mina uqamba amanga. Ukhona umuntu onelungelo lokuthi la ecourt lo muntu lo uqamba amanga noma cha. Mina engikushoyo la itenzeka kimi ukuthi mina kimi yini eyenzeka. uJohannes anginayo indlela yokumphikisa kodwa nje ngingakusho lokho ayikusho akwenzakalanga lendlela asho ngayo. Kodwa ukuthi uqamba amanga anginalo ilungelo lokusho kanjalo.
My Lord, I do not have a right to say to a person who is testifying here in court that those people are lying. There is a person who has those rights, and I cannot say to Johannes, as the witness keeps on repeating the name Johannes, that he was lying, as there was someone who had the rights to inform Johannes that he was lying.
Who has that right?
Ubani onalelo lungelo lokumtshela ukuthi akakhulumi iqiniso?
Hayi ukuthi akakhuluma iqiniso. Kwesekatolo ngithi umuntu onelungelo lokubona umuntu onamanga ukhona la ecourt.
Uthi umshushisi ubani?
Ikhosekatolo enelungelo lokubona ukuthi umuntu unamanga.
It's the court that has the right to see that a person is lying. Itingantolo isangoma.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umsebenzi awufundele uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi umuntu unamanga.
Okay. It's just a slight joke.
Yes, the court
Yes,
is
the court,
my
please. So, when you appeared before court, you were told that you've got a right to a legal representative. You can have your own private legal representative, or you can appoint legal aid, or you can apply for legal aid legally to appoint a legal representative. And your election was to be represented by a legal representative.
Ithema ufike enkantolo uye watshelwa amalungelo wokuthi unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli uma ungenayo imali wena ungafaka isicelo sokuthi uncedwe ummeli we legal aid wena wathatha isinqumo sokuthi uzozifunela ummeli wakho.
And then you were duly represented by Mr. Ramosipili.
Kulaye ukuthi uye wamelwa ke umnumzana uRamsipili.
And then Mr. Mngomezulu was brought in as well.
Bese ke umnumzana uMngomezulu walethwa naye.
Kwesekatolo ngicela ungicacisele kahle umbuzo ukuthi uma ukhuluma ngokuthi ngeke ngatshelwa kusuka kuphi eBosberg noma la ePitori noma kuphi.
My Lord, when you are referring to me being informed of my rights, can you please explain where were the rights explained? Are you referring to Boksburg or here in Pretoria?
Whether in Boksburg, whether in Tembisa, wherever where you appeared, those rights were explained to you.
Uthi noma kuphi inkantolo ekuthi uye wavela kuyo eThembisa noma eBoksburg lawo uye wavela khona lawo malungelo aye wachazwa.
eBosberg ikhosekatolo yathi kumele sithole ummeli ngoba ngeke kulunga ukuthi sikhulumele.
In Boksburg, the court told us that we need to get an attorney because we won't be able to represent ourselves.
Will you be able to represent yourself in this court?
Wena ubo ungakwazi ukuthi uzimele kula enkantolo.
Mr. Sibanda, where are you going to with this cross-examination?
My Lord, whenever that I ask him a question, to say this was your instruction to Mr. Mngomezulu, you want to distance himself. And
No, fine, but you can argue that aspect. He's entitled to answer the way he wants to. But if you have problem with that answer, you can argue. Make submissions.
here's the court, please. When you went for the pointing out, who else was present?
Ngalesikhathi uhamba uyokhomba uba nomunye wayekade ekhona.
uHadebe owayethe uHadebe.
It was Hadebe who had introduced himself as Hadebe.
laba abanye sengibakhohliwe ibongo zabo noma kade bekhona la sengibakhohliwe ibongo zabo
And
abanye
others?
vele ngangabazi
And others, I had forgotten their surnames, even though they were here
Kube-
in court, but I had forgotten their surnames. And others, I did not know them.
kube umhane
There was also Mukhani.
So was Mohane inside that vehicle you were in with Hadebe?
Mukhani wayekade ekule moto lebuhamba nayo noHatebe.
cha
No.
Where was Mohane?
Ubekade kuphi yena?
angimazi ukuthi wayehamba ngayiphi imoto
I do not know which vehicle was he traveling on.
From which distance did you see Mohane?
Umbone ubukude obungakanani?
angaze ngibone ubude kodwa la uHadebe la ayengikhomba khona ukuthi angikhombe la umhane wasekhona
I did not see the distance. However, from the point where Hadebe had pointed me that I should point such a place, Mukhani was also there.
Hadebe told this court when he gave his testimony that at the point where you were making such pointing out, it was himself, yourself, as well as the photographer.
Uthi uHadebe yena ukhulume ubufakazi bokuthi ngalesikhathi wena ukhomba kwakade kuHadebe kunawe nalobe kade thwebula ithombe.
cha akwenzakalanga kanjalo
That is incorrect. That's not how it happened.
Was that fact put to Colonel Hadebe?
Leyo nto iye yatshelwa uKenneth Hadebe ukuthi ayenzakalanga kanjalo.
ngamtshela ummeli ukuthi ayenzakalanga kanjalo
I told my defense attorney that it did not happen that way.
And the Mohane, was he told that he was part of the pointing out where you were at those points?
Umkhane naye uye watshelwa ukuthi Mkhane wena wawukade ukhona lapha ngalesikhathi usibiya eyokhomba.
ngamtshela ummeli kodwa futhi ngangazi ukuthi nami ngizoza eboxini ngizosho yonke into eyenzakala ngalela langa njengoba injalo
I had given my attorney an instruction that Mkhane was there. However, I also knew that my chance would come to testify on everything that has happened.
Did you remind your attorney when you gave evidence in chief?
Uye wamkhumbuza ummeli wakho ngalesikhathi uqala wena ukufakaza la
ngomhana
regarding Mkhane.
Yes.
Yebo.
angimkhumbuzanga
No.
kodwa ngikhumbuza manje ngoba usungibuza nje ila sengikwazi ukuthi ngikhumbuze khona icourt ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalela langa
No, I did not remind him. However, I am reminding him now as the state is asking me now on what has happened, and I am reminding the court as well.
So in your own explanation, you did not tell this court that Mohane was there. It's only today when I ask you that you are telling this court.
Ngokwakho ngokuchaza kwakho awuzange utshele inkantolo ukuthi uMkhane wayekade ekhona yinamhlanje kuphela la umshushisi sekakubuza khona ukuthi kwenzakeleni wena la uchaza khona ukuthi uMkhane wayekhona.
kwesekatolo nowecamera akaze ngimusho ukuthi wayekhona
My lord, even the photographer, I did not mention the photographer.
What are you saying now?
Manje uthini?
ngithi akaze ngize ngibasho umhane nowecamera akaze ngimusho kodwa isithombe zathathwa umuntu wecamera obvious wayekhona nomhane naye ngoba kwawuye umuntu engangisuke naye Veraria obvious wayekhona
I am saying that even the photographer I did not mention, however, is the one that took pictures, and Mohane was also there, as he is the one that I left Valeria police station with.
You see, with the photographer, I will allow you, because by extension of a logic, someone could have taken those photos. But Mohane, who earlier, in your own testimony, assaulted you with Mabena, Ngamane, and the metro police, as well as the TRT members.
He never said, sorry, my lord, for interjection. Mohane was not involved in the assault. Just want to clarify that.
Yeah. Come, let's go.
It's fine. Mohane, who is a member of the investigating team, the fact that he was there itself is a problem. We did not mention that.
Uthi nasekuqaleni ngalesikhathi uMkhane lo obekuthi ubekade ephenya kuleli cala ngalesikhathi ukhuluma ngokushawa ukuthi ubekade ekhona nangokho angakashayanga kodwa uye wangamusho ukuthi umhane naye wayekade ekhona kodwa uchazile ukuthi wayekade ekhona ngalesikhathi ushaba.
Sorry, maybe we're talking at cross purposes. Is it Mohale or Mohanu?
Mohane.
Yeah, because two different persons.
Mohane.
Is the gentleman?
The gentleman that was.
Yeah, just
before this
clarify that because
It's
I hear
Sergeant
Mohale
Mohane.
is the female surgeon.
It's Muhula, the female sergeant.
Yeah. Is
So
that what?
Mohane.
It was who?
Mohane.
Yeah.
Mohane.
So it was the big gentleman
Yes.
with the big stomach,
Yes.
right?
I did not hear that.
Like me, like me.
Mohane. Sergeant Mohane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, as long as it's clarified that.
Sikhuluma ngoMokhani lo wendoda ngithi. Indeed my lord,
Yes.
we are referring to the gentleman.
Okay, fine.
Yes, if someone who is so involved in this case was present there, and then that fact you did convey it to her, then they will have jumped immediately when he took the stand and put it to him.
Uma ingabe umuntu lo obenendima enkulu kangaka kuleli cala yena wayekade ekhona kungani ithema yengena la engazange ebuzwe ummeli wakho ukuthi kuthiwa wena wawukade ukhona.
ngoba ngila angizela uzophendula umngomezulu kodwa yena ngamtshela ukuthi umhani wayekhona.
As I am here, my lord, I am not here to respond on behalf of Mr. Mngomezulu, but I did give him that instruction that Mokhani was present.
And then you did not feel a need on that day to raise your hand. They said he was present, Mohane.
Futhi ngalelo langa ngalesikhathi efakaza la uMkhani awuzange ubone isidingo sokuthi uphakamise isandla ukuthi ummeli wakho aze kuwe umtshele ukuthi ungakhohlwa ukuthi wayekade ekhona uMkhani.
Kosekatolo ilo yamangitshenile into asike isidingo lokulehlisa ngilenyusa icourt yahlonishwa even namshushisi mayengena ecourt ukhombisa ukuhlonipha angicabanga ukuthi yena unelungelo lokuthi mina kumele ngingahloniphi icourt lokungehlisa ngekisa ummeli.
My lord, when I have instructed my attorney, there is no need that I should be calling him to and fro. I need to respect the court, even the state. When it comes to court, it bows to show a sign of respect. Therefore, there is no need for me to be disrespectful to
I
court.
counted from the records. There's over 20 instances where either Mr. Ramusipil or Mr. Mngomezulu, they have to ask the court for permission to approach you, and the court has never denied them that opportunity.
Uthi umshushisi ubalile uma elibele efunda irecord ubonile ukuthi umnumzana uRamsipili noma umnumzana uNgomezulu uze lapha yakuwe amahlanda angadlula amashumi amabini kodwa inkantolo ayizange ithi niyangithikazisa aningihloniphi uma nilibele niyahlana inyuka.
Uma ngibabiza ngisuke kukhona engingakaze ngize ngibatshele khona lokho ukuthi umhane wayekhona ngabatshela so sasingesidingo solokhu ngiphinde ngibabiza futhi ngithi mina nanga umhane anikamtsheni ukuthi wayekhona kodwa ngangazi ukuthi sizofika isikhathi sokuthi mina ngize la eboxini ngizochaza konke okwenzakalayo.
When I was calling my defense, my lord, it was for clarification of issues that I had maybe not told them. However, that part that Mr. Mokhane was there, I did inform them, and I did not see a need that I should re-inform them of that fact that Mr. Mokhane was there, as I knew that there would be a time when I would be coming to testify and clarify that Mokhane was also present.
And that time indeed arrived.
Leso sikhathi sifikile ke sokuthi wena uzosho.
Yingoba ikatolo sengishilo nje ukuthi umhane wayekhona naye lapho.
And that is why I have also stated that Mokhane was present there.
It's called examination in chief.
Logo kushowa ukuthi ngalesikhathi wena uqala uphana ngobufakazi bakho.
Ngoba bengiphana ubufakazi bami ngisho ukuthi amaphoyisa angithatha angisa eFosurus afike angishaya umngomezulu uyangibuza kwakungobani ababengishaya ngobani ababekhona ngamtshela amaphoyisa angithatha angisa eAlbertine ngamtshela ukuthi amaphoyisa angise eAlbertine angimtshela ukuthi kwakungobani nobani ngoba ngase ngishilo amaphoyisa aphinda angithatha angisa la angisa khona so bengingasha amagama amaphoyisa ukuthi ngobani amaphoyisa bengwahlanganisa onke ukuthi amaphoyisa bengawahlukanisi ngamagama ukuthi leli naleli naleli.
Indeed, during my evidence in chief, I did mention that the police took me to Vosloorus and they assaulted me. That is when Mr. Mngomezulu asked me their names and I mentioned them. And I informed him that they took me to Alberton as well and I was assaulted. However, I did not mention the names at that point, and I was generally stating the police officers that were present.
ukuba nalapha sesamba ukuthi uMngomezulu wangibuza kwakubani nobani amaphoyisa ayekhona ngangizosho kwakubani nobani.
And if
Njengoba nje umshushi sengibuza kwakungubani nobani lesikhathi ngimtsheni kwakubani nobani ke manje.
And if Mr. Mngomezulu would have asked me to specify who exactly were those police officers, I would have been able to specify, as the state is asking me now to specify.
Tell me, if I, let's say hypothetically, so I'm not saying I'm going to conclude now. If I was to conclude now and I did not ask you that particular question, will you have volunteered to tell us that piece of evidence?
Asithi mhlawumbe umshushisi nangokho engakaqedi. Asithi mhlawumbe uyaqeda asonge athi usekaqedile ukubuza imibuzo. Lento oqeda ukuyichaza manje wena wawukade uzoyikhuluma enkantolo uthi inkantolo nayi into ebengifuna ukuyikhuluma enye ngicwalisele.
Cha, maye ngekho ngibuzile ukuthi uhlobo lona amaphoyisa ngangeke ngize ngisho mangithi amaphoyisa ngisho bona umhane namaphoyisa ayihamba nabo.
No, I was not going to voluntarily state that, my lord, as there would have been no one that would have asked me that. And if I were to be asked, then that's when I would specify that Mohani and others were also there.
So the court will not be in a position to have the full picture of what happened on the date in question to decide this very important question.
Ekuchaza ukuthi ke inkantolo bengeke yazi yonke into eyenzakele ngalelo langa noma ngaleso sikhathi ukuze inkantolo ifikelele kwisinqumo esigcwele. Inkantolo inobufakazi obugcwele.
Inkosi enkantolo ngitshene konke.
I had told the court everything.
Namanje umshushisi manje sengangibuza ukuthi lo muntu wayephethe ikhamera enjani. Kusamele ngiphinde ngisho ukuthi wayephethe ikhamera emnyama. Kodwa isidingo sokuthi ngichaze lokho asikho ngoba wayephethe ikhamera wayengishutha.
And even now, if the state is to ask me on what type of a camera was the photographer holding, I have to explain that he was in possession of a black camera, but because there is no one that is asking me of the type of the camera, then I am not explaining.
Say, those are two different things.
Mr. Sibambe, can you recall this, please?
As a court,
You
please.
can argue those points if you believe they are contentious.
Now, let us proceed. After you pointed out those certain points, what happened?
Ngemva kokuthi sokhombe lezo indawo kwayenzakalani?
Emva ukuba esethe uHadebe angikhombe la athi angikhombe khona bengishutha sike sabuyela eAlbertini futhi.
After Hadebe had instructed me to point at the places where I am supposed to point, they then took pictures of me and we went back to Vosloorus.
Albertine.
And we went back to Albertine. My apologies, my lord.
And then upon your return at Albertine, what happened?
Uma nifike Albertine kwayenzakalani?
Angisakhumbuli noma waphinde wangishutha izithombe futhi nakhona masibuya.
I cannot remember whether was I taken pictures once more when we came back.
And then after that you cannot remember what happened?
Ngemva kokuthi ungasakhumbuli okunye kuye kwayenzakalani.
Emva kwalapho bathi asame kubuyele umhane engibuyele emotweni yakhe bese ngibuyisela la engisuka khona.
And I was instructed to go back into Mohane's vehicle and he would take me back to where we came from.
Did he eventually take you back there?
Uye wakubuyisela emuva?
Yebo umhane uyo ngibuyisela eVelaria.
Yes, Mr. Mohane took me back to Velaria.
And then how did you get to the cells?
Emaseleni uye kanjani?
Umhane uye wangithatha wangivulela eselini wafika wangifaka phakathi waseyavala.
Mohane took me to the cells. He opened the cell and he placed me inside the cell and he locked.
So he opened the cell himself with the key.
Yena ngokwakhe uye wavula isel ngesikhiya.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo.
That is correct. That is what I am saying.
and then he locked again with the same key.
wavala futhi ngaso leso sikhiya.
ngisho kanjalo ukuthi uyawavula waphinde wavala.
That is what I am saying, my Lord, that he opened and I was placed in the cell and he again locked the cell.
Okay, let us proceed now. Let us go back now, before we wrap up, to the time you were interacting with Colonel Mboto.
Uthasiyeke la bowukhuluma no Colonel Mboto
To the 30th of May 2020.
siye kuyi-30 zika May ngo-2020.
Okay.
Yes, we may proceed.
I asked you this question yesterday, that your interaction with Colonel Mboto, was it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? And then your evidence was that it was way lower than that.
Uthi umshushisi ukubuzile izolo ukuthi ukukhuluma kwakho no Colonel Mboto nikhulume mhlawumbe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes wena wathi bekungaphansi kwalokho.
Yebo ngisho kanjalo.
That is correct, that's what I said.
Bekungaphezulu kwalokho.
It was above that.
Was it above 30 minutes?
Bekungaphezulu kwa 30 minutes.
Cha anginalo ulwazi.
No, I do not have knowledge of that.
But what you are saying is that it was over 10 minutes.
Kodwa bekungaphezulu ko 10 minutes.
Ukucabanga kwami ngaleso sikhathi ngicabanga kanjalo.
According to my thinking at that period, I think it was more than 10 minutes.
Okay. It was during the peak of COVID at that time. Were you wearing a mask?
Bekade kuyisikhathi sobhubhane lwe COVID. Wawukade ufake isifonyo?
Cha
No.
Was Colonel Mboto wearing a mask?
uKolonel Mboto yena wayekade ufake isifonyo?
angimkhumbuli.
I cannot recall.
Do you recall his evidence when he said that when he showed you his appointment certificate, you requested that he takes off his mask so that you can see him and then he takes it back? Because it was
Usakhumbula
COVID.
ubufakazi bakhe ukuthi yena uye wathi ngalesikhathi ekubonisa ikaridi lakhe lokuthi yena uyiphoyisa wena uye wamcela ukuthi asuse isifonyo sakhe ukuze umbone ukuthi uyafana nalomuntu okulesi karidi leli bese uzokwazi ukuthi abuyisele isifonyo sakhe.
Kusekatola kwenzakalanga kanjalo.
My Lord, that is not how it happened.
So again, it was not challenged.
Futhi akuzange kuphikiswe lokho.
Cha mina ngangazi ukuthi ngizoza la ecourt ngizosho ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Ayi.
Ikulumo kaHatebe ngangeze kaMbotho ngangeze ngiphikise yonke inkulumo yakhe ukuthi kanje ngangazi ukuthi mina sizofika isikhathi sokuthi ngize eboxini ngizokhuluma okwenzakalayo.
I knew, my Lord, that I would have a chance to come and testify on everything that has happened. I was not going to dispute everything that Mboto was saying, as I knew that my chance would come to rebut his evidence.
Then you gave your evidence in chief, you did not rebut it.
Uye waphana ngobufakazi bakho ngalesikhathi uqala njengoba wawumela kodwa awuzange ukuphikise lokho kukaMbotho ukuthi akazange akhulume ngendaba yesifo.
Kwesekatolo mangizila angizili ukuzophikisa inkulumo kaMbotho ngizosho mina ngendlela okwakwenzekala ngayo kimi.
My Lord, as I am here to testify on what happened to me, not to rebut the evidence of Colonel Mboto.
And during cross-examination, Mr. Ramosipile put it to Mboto that your interaction with Mboto was less than 10 minutes.
Ngalesikhathi umnumzana uRamusipidi ebuza uKolonel Mboto imibuzo, uye wamtshela ukuthi wena noMbotho nikhulume isikhathi esingaphansi kwemizuzu eyishumi.
Kwesekatolo mangitshena uRamsipiti ngithi isikhathi esingaphezulu kwemizuzu eyishumi. Uma engezwanga kahle mina namhlanje la ecourt ngiyayicacisa ukuthi imizuzu engaphezulu kwemizuzu eyishumi.
My Lord, when I instructed Mr. Ramusipidi, I stated clearly that it was more than 10 minutes If he did not hear me well, I am clarifying it today that our conversation was more than 10 minutes.
Now let us proceed. So, according to the pro forma that was handed as Exhibit FF, the interview started from 21:45 at least up until 0000, like 12 midnight.
Uthi ke ukuya ngobufakazi leli yaphepha leli beligcwaliswa kubonakala ingathi inkulumo yenu iqale ngo-21:45 quarter to 10 ntambama ukuyofika phakathi kobusuku ngo-12.
Kosekatolo ngangenalo iwashi kodwa akubanga isikhathi eside kangaka kwabe isikhathi esifishane kakhulu ngikhuluma noMbotho.
My Lord, even though I did not have a watch, however, it did not take that long when I spoke to Colonel Mbotho.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Let's now slightly go back to the events, parts of the events of the 31st of May 2020.
Uthasiye ke
Partially.
kwingxenye yeindaba ezenzakele nge-31 zika May 2020.
Okay.
Yes, we may proceed.
Of which some of them you cannot recall.
Ekuthi okunye kwakho wena uthe ngeke usakwazi ukukukhumbula.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
According to the evidence of Mr. Dupree, the vehicle was in the vicinity of Palm Ridge for quite some time.
Ukuya ngobufakazi buka Mnumzana uDupree uthe imoto yayikade ise Palm Ridge isikhashanyana.
Angazi ngeke ngiphikise ubufakazi kaDupree mayisho kanjalo yena.
I do not know. I would not dispute the evidence of Dupree if that's what Dupree said.
And then according to the evidence of Mohola, Sergeant Mohola, that is where they took you to point a certain gentleman called Zwane.
Ukuya ke ngobufakazi buka Sergeant Mkhola uthi yena kula ukuthi benikade niye khona uyokhomba indoda ethize ebizwa uZwane.
Cha, ukhuluma iphutha angaze ngihambe ngiyokhomba umuntu mina.
That is incorrect, as I have never went to point out anyone.
Is it that you cannot recall or it never happened?
Kungaba mhlawumbe ukuthi awusakhumbuli noma akuzange kwenzeke enhloko.
Angaze ngikhombe umuntu.
I never pointed anyone.
And then the vehicle left that particular area, it went to Guy Gibson Avenue. According to the evidence of Dupree, that is where the offices of the provincial offices of SAPS are. The office of Brigadier Gininda.
Uthi ke kula ukuthi imoto iyasuka yaya eGuy Gibson Avenue kula ema-ofisini waka Brigadier Gininda ekhona.
Sorry, which avenue?
It's Guy Gibson.
Guy Gibson.
Yes.
Okay.
eGuy Gibson Avenue ema-ofisini waka Brigadier Gininda.
Kosekatolo namanje ngiyaphinda. Angwazi ama-ofisi awuboGininda. Angwazi angeze ngikhulume ngawo angwakhumbuli.
My Lord, I am repeating even now that I do not know the offices of Brigadier Gininda, and I cannot testify on the offices as I do not recall them.
But that's where the scientific evidence placed the vehicle in which you were a passenger in.
Kula ikuthi ubufakazi buye bathi imoto lebukade ukuyo iye yabakhona.
Kosekatolo uma ubanthwa lawo ama-office lawo kwakubhaliwe ukuthi indawo eso mhlawumbe ngangizothi mangifunda mhlawumbe ngibone ukuthi indawo eso engikuyo. Angwazi angakhumbuli lawo ama-office lawo.
My Lord,
Ngoba semotweni anguphiki angisemotweni. Ukuthi imoto ikuphi angiyazi. Ila okuthanda khona amaphoyisa la afuna ukuya khona ngaleso sikhathi.
my Lord, if perhaps there were writings on the wall of those offices, then I would have perhaps read and saw that we are at such a place. However, I do not dispute that I was in a vehicle.
So since you do not know that particular office, you cannot dispute when I put it to you that you were there.
Manje njengoba ungayazi lelo office, ngeke ukwazi ukuphikisana nomshushiso mayethi wena wawukade ukhona kulelo office.
Kosekatolo shuthi awukwazi ukungibuza ngento owazi kahle amhlophe uthi angiyazi.
My Lord, it is not possible that I be asked about something that I do not know.
And Sergeant Mohola also gave an explanation as to your presence, as to also what happened in that particular office.
Usergeant Mohola uye waphana ngencazelo yokuthi kwenzakeleni ngalesikhathi wena nawe ukhona kuleli office.
Umhula mayekhulume kanjalo mina akukho la engena khona. Mina kumele ungibuze umbuzo ukuthi ngalolu suku yini engikhumbulayo yini engayikhumbuli. Mangitshela ukuthi angikhumbuli angikhumbuli.
If that's what Mohola had said, there is no way I feature. Maybe if you could ask me about whether was I there or not and what did I do, then I would be able to respond. Where I recall and where I do not remember, I will also state.
No, you featured there, sir. It's wrong to suggest that you do not feature. Because you were there.
Uthi nawe wawukade uyingxenye yalabantu abekade bekhona lapho ngoba bowukhona.
Kosekatolo ngiyaphinda emontweni ngangikhona. Laba bengisakhona angazi ukuthi kwakuphi.
My Lord, I would repeat that yes, indeed, in the vehicle I was there. However, the places where I was taken to, I do not know.
Mhlawumbe umshushisi angakwenza ukuthi angibuze ukuthi ngakubona nokuthi ngithi ngakubona noma ngikhumbule noma kaze kuze kwenzeke.
Perhaps if the prosecutor could ask me whether did I see such a thing, and I would then be able to respond whether did I see it or not, did it happen or it did not.
Now let us proceed. After that particular place, you proceeded to Tembisa South, as you put it.
Kusuka lapho niye naya eThembisa South njengoba uyisho.
Yebo iThembisa South ngiyakhumbula sekuyo ibhaliwe Tembisa South ngiyabona singena khona.
Yes, I do recall that I did mention Tembisa South and it was written Tembisa South.
My Lord, can you just take a short cooling break? Just for 10, 15 minutes. It's 20 past 11.
We come back what time?
20 minutes, 15 minutes? Okay, my colleagues is suggesting 10 minutes break.
Okay, 15 minutes.
did not see that document.
Are you saying you did not see this document then in 2020, or you did not see the document he was talking about here in court?
Uthini uthi leyo ncwadi le akhuluma ngayo awukaze uyibone ngalesa sikhathi ngo-2020 noma ngalesikhathi elayo enkantolo?
Osekatolo sikhuluma into yange-5 June 2020.
My Lord,
Kaze ngiyibone.
we are referring to an incident of the 5th of June 2020. I did not see that document.
Did he ask you your information, particulars such as your name, where you come from?
Uye wakubuza ngawe ukuthi wena ubuyaphi ungubani?
Cha, akaze ngibuze.
No, he did not ask me such.
And then, I believe my Lord is exhibit GG, if I'm not mistaken, the pointing out. GG,
GG.
yes. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay, go on.
Okay, yes. And then in the document he endorsed. So, okay, let's clarify this. Did you and him ever,
Senzo ukuthi ingoba wayikhuluma nami.
As he was instructing me to do such and such, that is when he was speaking to me.
okay, and then in the document he endorsed that your name is Muzi Kaukulelwa Stemba Sibiya.
Kuleyo ncwadi yena uye wabhala ukuthi igama lakho umuzika ukhulelwa Sithemba Sibiya.
Angazi.
I do not know.
Ngoba ngithi akaze ngimbone ebhala, angaze ngimbone ebhala.
As I am stating that I did not see him writing.
Did he ask for your name?
Uye wacela igama lakho?
Cha.
No.
And then he further went to say place Nongoma KZN.
Waphinda wabhala nokuthi wena ubuya ekhaya kwaNongoma eKZN.
Akaze ngimbone ebhala. Ngebhada ngiphuma kwaNongoma mina ngisuka emahlabathini.
I did not see him writing, and unfortunately I am not from kwaNongoma, I am from Mahlabathini.
Sex indicated that you are a male.
Wathi ke wena ungumuntu wesilisa?
Akaze ngimbone ebhala, waye ngibona ukuthi umuntu wesilisa shoot.
I did not see him writing. I believe he just saw me that I am a male indeed.
And then your address, he wrote that Singoza Primary School.
Ikheli lakho uye wabhala ukuthi Singoza Primary School.
Angaze ngimbone, akusilona ikheli lami lelo.
I did not see him, and that is not my address, my Lord.
Do you know this particular primary school?
Uyasazi leso sikolo?
Yebo isikole ngiyasazi.
Yes, I know the school.
Where is it?
Sikuphi?
SikwaNongoma.
It is kwaNongoma.
Thank you. Age, he wrote 34 years.
Uthi iminyaka uye wabhala ukuthi uneminyaka e34.
Mayebhala angaze ngimbone ebhala, angimazi ukuthi wayebhala ekuthatha kuphi ngoba akaze ngibuze khona.
I did not see him writing, therefore I do not know where he took that information from, since he was not writing in my presence.
We'll just go to another paragraph. He said when he did these questions, there was no one in that particular office, it was you and him.
Yena utheke lemibuzo uma ekubuza yona wayekade kungenamuntu omunye eoffice, bekade kuwe naye kuphela.
Akwenzakalanga kanjalo. Ngoba kukhona necamera nje ngishuthayo, ingoba kukhona nowecamera.
That is not
nephoyisa eli1 lela lokhu jikajika la eminyaka. Ayilokho ejikajika la eminyaka.
That is not how it happened. As there was a camera, there was a photographer and another police officer who was just moving around next to the door.
When he was asked as to the presence of any other person on this particular aspect, Colonel Hadeb indicated that when he did this particular exercise, it was only the two of you, or he only invited the cameraman when he was done.
Ithe mayebuza ngale ndaba yena uthe ngalesikhathi enza lesi statement kwekade kuwe naye kuphela uye wabiza lo ozothatha izithombe ngemva kokuthi bese sekaqedile ukubhala.
Cha, akwenzakalanga kanjalo angazi ngibe naye soyithuku kuphela.
That is incorrect, my lord. That's not how it happened. I have never been with him, only the two of us. It did not happen.
And then he further said that he showed you his appointment certificate.
Uthi futhi yena uye wakubonisa nekaridi lakhe lokuthi yena uyiphoyisa.
Cha, akaze ngibonise.
No, he did not show me.
And then he said at the bottom you put your thumbprint and then you signed, he also signed.
Uthi phansi ke kuso lesiya statement wena uye wabeka isithupha sakho wasayina naye wasayina.
Uma ngisibekile isithupha ngisakhumbuli ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngikwenze lokho babefuna ukuthi ngikwenze ngaleso sikhathi.
If I had placed my thumbprint, I do not remember. I was forced to do such if I did indeed put my fingerprint and sign.
Who forced you to put your fingerprint and sign?
Uphoqo ubani ukuthi ubeke isithupha sakho bese uyasayina?
Amaphoyisa ewonke ayekhona.
All-
Ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi ngenze noma yini abayifunayo.
All the
for
police-
save impilo yami.
All the police officers that were there, I was forced to do everything that they wanted me to do as I had to save my life.
Are you saying inside that particular office there were other police officers?
Uthini phakathi kwalelo office kwakade kunamanye amaphoyisa?
Uhadebe uyiphoyisa. Lo weyithombe uyiphoyisa. Iphoyisa lajikajika amaphoyisa ajikajika lapha ngomnyango amaphoyisa.
Hadebe is a police officer. The one who was taking pictures is also a police officer. And these other police that were moving around next to the door, they were also police officers, my lord.
Bese ngingachaza ukuthi alikho iphoyisa nelilodwa lesesayidini lami onke amaphoyisa ayecindezela mina.
And as I have stated that there was not even one police officer that was on my side. All the police officers, they were against me.
Was the door not closed, sir?
Umnyango wawukade ungavalwanga?
Wawavalwanga.
No, it was not closed.
So you could see this particular police office.
Kusho ukuthi leli phoyisa bokade ulibele ulibona liyahla linyuka.
Isikhathi sonke isikhathi ngilapha.
All the times as I was in that office.
Was it a uniform police officer or a police officer in a civilian clothing?
Wayekade egqoke uniform noma impahla zakhe zasekhaya?
Wayegqoka uniform.
He was in uniform
Kwakuyiphathi yama TRT.
and it was part of the TRT officers.
Very interesting.
Uthi iyamangaza futhi into engathi yona iyezwakala.
It's never put to Colonel Hadebe that there was a police officer that kept on lingering around the office, making up and down movements, and the door that was not closed.
Ngoba uKennel Hadebe ngalesikhathi ephana ngobufakazi bakhe akazange atshelwe ukuthi Hadebe likhona iphoyisa lalikade lizula laphayana ebelikade lizula ngase officeini lakho ngalesikhathi efakazi.
Yebo. Akazetshela kodwa manje mina ikatolo ngoba ngila eboxini ngiyayitshela ukuthi kwaba kanjalo.
Yes, my lord, it was not put to him. However, as I am here in the witness stand, I am now informing the court that that is what happened.
So I put it to you that you are fabricating evidence.
Uthi uyakutshela ke umshushisi ukuthi wena uyaziqambela lobufakazi obusho.
Kose katolo angeke ngiqamba manga ngikhuluma into eyenzeka kimi yimi engangikhona lapha ngalesa sikhathi.
My lord, I would not lie. I am stating exactly what happened to me whilst I was there.
Anginaso isizathu esingenza ukuthi ngiqambele amaphoyisa manga.
There is no reason for me to lie about the police officers.
Is there a reason for Colonel Hadebe to lie?
Sikhona isizathu esingayenza uKennel Hadebe ukuthi yena aqamba amanga.
Kose katolo ngiyaphinda anginalo ilungelo lokubona ukuthi umuntu uqamba amanga phakathi kwale katolo. Ekufanele ngikusho ukuthi mina kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi. Umuntu oyobona ukuthi lo muntu beqamba amanga noma beqinisile inkosi ekatolo enelungelo lokuthatha leso sinqumo leso. Mina ngikwazi ukuthi umuntu ngithi unamanga.
My lord, I am repeating that I do not have a right to see or to state that a person is lying in court. There is a person who is in charge who would be able to see whether that person was lying or not.
Okay, I want to go back to these questions that I asked previously about this version, because clearly it is a new version. Let us proceed.
ukuthi ngeke asabuyele emuva ngale mibuzo lebe kade ibuziwe ngoba sekuyinto entsha kodwa asiqhubeke.
He said the said was asked whether he was informed of the reason of his arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996.
Thike uye wabuzwa ukuthi uye watshelwa amalungelo wakhe ukuya ngomthetho sisekelo.
Cha, akukho abangitshela khona bathi amalungelo ami.
There was no point when I was informed of my rights.
Indaba yamalungelo nje ngiqala ukuzwa mangifika la ecourt lokube ephikisana ngokuthi amalungelo nani nani ngabe ngiqala nje indaba yokuthi amalungelo ukuthi bakhona umuntu othi wangitshela amalungelo akekho noyi1 okwangitshela ngamalungelo ukuthi nginamalungelo cha.
I firstly heard about rights that were explained, that they were allegedly explained to me when I was in court, as they were arguing that I was informed of my rights.
And in your response to that question was, yes, I was informed, incarcerated for drug dealing.
Buthwa wena impendulo yakho uye wathi yebo ngiye ngatshelwa ngalawo malungelo njengoba ngangade ngiboshelwe ukudayisa idakamizwa.
Cha, akaze ngiphendule impendulo enjalo.
No, I never answered such a question.
So where does Colonel Hadebe get this piece of information?
Ulithatha phi lolu lwazi uKenel Hadebe?
Kuse kaToncinci olwane.
Which piece of evidence are you referring to?
That I was incarcerated for drug dealing.
Leyo ukuthi ukade uboshelwe ukuthengisa idakamizwa.
Angeke ngize ngimphendulele ukuthi uthathaphi.
I
Kodwa
cannot-
akuthathanga kimi. Mina akukho engangamtshela khona ngaleyo nto leyo.
I cannot respond on his behalf on where did he get that information, but he did not get it from me.
The said person was informed of the right to remain silent.
Kuthiwa futhi wena uye wacebiswa nangelungelo lakho lokuthula.
Cha, akekho wangitshela ngelungelo lokuthula.
No, I was not informed of my right to silence.
He was informed that he has the right to remain silent and of the consequences of if he does not remain silent.
Futhi kuthiwa wena uye wacebiswa nokuthi unalo lelo lungelo lokuthula uma ungathuli kuzoyenzakalani.
Kuse katolo namanje ngiyaphinda akaze ngize ngitshelwe.
I
Lokho
repeat,
kucebisa ukuthi ngingathula angazange ngize ngitshelwe.
I repeat, I was not informed of such a right, my lord.
He was also warned that he was not obliged to make any confession or admission that might later be used against him.
Uye wacebiswa futhi nokuthi unelungelo lokuthi uthule ungakhulumi lutho ngoba noma yini ozoyikhuluma ingahle isetshenziswe kuwe.
Cha, akaze ngitshelwe umuntu.
No, I was not informed by anyone.
He was also warned that he has the right to consult with a legal representative of his choice, and if he cannot afford the services of such legal representative, a legal representative can be appointed by the state.
Bakwexwayisa futhi nokuthi unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli uma engabe ungenayo ummeli ungahle ufake isicelo sokuthi ufunelwe ummeli wombuso.
Cha, akaze beze bekhulume ngommeli.
No,
Ukuba bakhuluma ngommeli mhlawumbe uyena umuntu wayezongikhipha kulola leya nkinga engangikuyo la maphoyisa lawa ya.
no, there was no information given to me regarding a legal representative. If I were to be informed of such, perhaps that legal representative is the one that would have taken me out of that problem that I was in regarding the police.
This one is applicable to minors. If he is a minor, he has the right to be supported by his next of kin, guardian, legal representative, or any other person of his choice before makes any statement, confession, admission, or pointing out.
Futhi ke uma ingabe ubo ukade ungumntwana ongaphansi kweminyaka wena wawuzoba nelungelo lokuthi ungahle ube nomzali noma umuntu okunakekele ngaleso sikhathi.
Cha, akekho wangitshela.
There is no one that explained that to me, my
And
lord.
the question that was put, do you understand the warning I've given to you? You said, yes, I understand.
Kuthiwa umbuzo owaye wena wabuzwa wona ukuthi uyazwisisa na lokho engikutshele ngawo wena wathi yebo ngiyezwa.
Cha.
No.
Angaze ngidibane nombuzo onjalo. Angaze ngiphendule impendulo enjalo.
No, I never met such a question and I've never heard such an answer.
The said person is informed that he is in the presence of a justice of the peace and officer in the South African police. He is warned that he is not compelled to point out any sins or point out points of sins to say anything, I'll pause there, about such sin.
Wena ke kuthiwa uye wacebiswa futhi nokuthi uphambi kwephoyisa la ukuthi wena unelungelo lokuthi ungayi ukuyokhomba into ethize noma indawo ethize la kwenzakele isigameko.
Cha akekho ongitshela lo mbuzo lowo.
No, there is no one who had informed me of such, right?
The said person is further warned that any boy may point out or may say will be pointed down, and photographs of the scenes, points pointed out will be taken and may later be used as evidence during subsequent trial.
Futhi ke kuthiwa wena uye wacebiswa nokuthi noma yiphi indawo ozoyikhomba noma umuntu ozomkhomba kungahle lokho kusetshenziswe njengobufakazi uma icala liqhubeka liqulwa.
Paragraph 5, he
Cha akaze ngize ngitshenwe and ayikho nendawo engayikhombanga.
I was not told, and there is no
Ngaphandle kokuthi-
place that I pointed out,
Ngaphandle ukuthi uhade bethi angikhombe la ngikhombe la athi angikhombe khona.
except where Hadebe had said I should point. That is when I pointed.
He is asked whether he knows and understands the warning given to him now, and his answer to this is as follows: I understand the warning.
Wena ke uye wabuzwa ukuthi uyazwisisa na lesi sicebiso abakutshela ngaso, wena wathi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
Kosekatola akaze ngize ngiphane ngeanswer enjalo.
My Lord, I've never given such an answer.
And he did not recall being asked this particular question.
Awukhumbuli ubuzwa nombuzo njalo.
Angaze ngize ngibuze umbuzo onjalo.
I have never been asked such a question.
It is further asked if he still wishes to point out sins or points, and reply to this is, I still want to point out and give a statement.
Wena uye wabuzwa nokuthi usafuna ukuqhubeka na uyokhomba indawo ezithize, wena wathi yebo ngisafuna ukuqhubeka ngiyokhomba.
Kosekatola ngaze ngibuze umbuzo onjalo angaze ngiphane ngaleyo answer enjalo.
My Lord, I've never been asked such a question, and I have never given such an answer.
And then the person placed his fingerprint as well as a signature, and Canon Hadebe also signed.
Bese ke umuntu wabeka ke isithupha sakhe wasayina, no Colonel Hadebe naye wasayina.
Kosekatolo noma ngakhumbuli mangasayini ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngisayine, kumele ngiphinde beke isithupha, kumele ngenze konke okushiwo amaphoyisa ukuthi angikwenze.
My Lord, even though I do not remember, but if I did put my thumbprint and signed, I was forced by the police as I was given no choice.
Kodwa konke ngangikwenza ngangakwenzi ngetando yami nangokukhululeka.
But all that I was doing, I did not do it freely and voluntarily.
Have
And
you,
ngangilokhu ngethuke ngesikhathi ngikhonjwe ngebhame ezinkulu ngezidate. Since angaze ngize ngithole ukuba ngikhululeke.
And I was frightened since I was pointed with rifles on the 30th. Therefore, I have never been free.
and then in page 7, have you previously, paragraph 7, have you previously pointed out anything of a similar nature?
Futhi uye wabuzwa ukuthi kukhona isikhathi la uke wayokhomba into ecishe ifana naleyo.
Angaze ngibuze lo mbuzo lo.
I have
onjalo
never
lo.
been
Cha.
asked such a question.
If so, where and when and to whom, and it was noted not applicable.
Uma kunjalo kuye kwabuzwa ukuthi wakhomba kuphi nakubani, kwabhalwa ukuthi lo mbuzo awuzange uphendulwe noma awuzange usetshenziswe.
Kosekatola angaze ngize ngibuzwe, angaze ngize ngibe neanswer engiphendulayo. Ama-answer ala akushola angiwazi, lembuzo le eshola angiyazi.
My Lord, I've never been asked such a question, and I've never pointed anything. These questions, I do not know them.
Were you in any way assaulted or threatened or influenced by any person to point out the sins and or points? The answer was no.
Uye washawa, waphoqwa noma wathenjiswa into ethize umuntu othize ngaphambi kokuthi uyokhomba le ndawo lezo, wena impendulo yakho wathi cha.
Cha, kosekatola akaze ngidibane nalo mbuzo lowo, angaze ngize ngiphane ngaleyo pendulo leyo.
No, my Lord, I've never met such a question, and I have never stated such responses.
Do you have any injuries or bruises of any nature whatsoever? Can you show them to me? If so, please show me. Answer, no.
Uye wabuzwa futhi nokuthi kunala ulimele khona noma kunezimpawu zala wena ulimele khona noma uvuvukelwe khona, wena waphendula wathi cha.
NkosikaTola akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lowo, angaze ngiphane ngaleyo answer leyo. Ngisenamamakhi namanje ama-handcuff la nezandla zayivuvukela.
My Lord, I have never been asked such a question and I have never answered in such a way. I still have marks of handcuffs on my wrists and even my hands, my wrists were swollen.
And an observation by the officer, a picture of the accused was taken by Sergeant Mapakela from LCRC Albertine. He is calm.
Futhi ke kuthiwa wena uye wathathwa isithombe wawukade ubonakala umuntu okhululekile.
Angaze ngikhululeke.
I was never calm.
Uma ngingathatha izithombe zami engishutha mina ngefoni yami, ungayibona ukuthi ayifana lezi izithombe lezi ezivezwa la e-TV. Lezi ezala i-TV ziyabona akusiyo inhloso yami ukuthanda ukushutha lezi izithombe, ngishutha ngoba kuthiwa yenza lokho esithi kwenze.
My Lord, if I could show the court pictures that were taken by myself using my own cell phone, the court would then see the difference between the pictures that I voluntarily took and the pictures that were shown on the screen. These shows that these pictures that were on the screen, it's pictures where I was not free.
How so? So explain. Just show us points to show that you were not free in that particular picture.
Uthi ake uchaze ke ubonisa ukuthi bokade ungakhululekanga kulezi izithombe.
NkosikaTola ngicela bengivezele izithombe ngibabonise ukuthi ngangakhululekanga.
My Lord.
Bese kushoda ukuthi ezami ngishutha ngefoni yami, mangishutha izithombe ngikhululekile ukuthi ngaba azikho ke kuzona la. Kodwa ifoni yami isemaphoyiseni.
My Lord, may pictures be shown and I would point that I was not free, and unfortunately we would not have pictures that I took using my phone. However, my phone is with the police officers.
Show his face. This is the first picture.
Nasi isithombe sokuqala.
Lesi sithombe mawusibheka sinaso ngisho ismile okhomba ukuthi ngangingashuthi ngokuthanda kwami, ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi angishuthe ngoba ethi uHadebe angenze kanje. And mina angishuthi ngiqimbile if ngithanda ukushutha izithombe. Konke ngangikwenzisa uHadebe ngokuthanda kwakhe. Intando kaHadebe yonke le yayingenzisa le nto.
Firstly, my Lord, when you look at this picture, it does not even show a smile, and I am normally a person that smiles when I take pictures voluntarily. These pictures were taken as I was instructed by Hadebe to take these pictures. I normally do not take such pictures. I smile whenever I take a picture.
But that is your own interpretation of that picture.
Ukubona kwakho kwalesiya sithombe.
NkosikaTola injengoba ngize ngisho.
My Lord, that is how it is as I am stating.
Ngiyazazi mangishutha isithombe ngokwami ngithi ngifuna ukushutha.
I know myself when I take pictures, wanting to take pictures.
La ngangiphoqiwe ukuthi angenze lento le abayifunayo.
Here I was forced of what to do and instructed to do what they wanted me to do.
On paragraph 11, Colonel Hadebe noted the registration number of the vehicle that was used, BVL 755B, kilometer reading 80652. Driver warrant officer Nailana. Do you have any comment?
Wabhala yena ukuthi imoto inhlobo yini yemoto benisebenzisa, ama-kilometer wakhona bekuwa maphi, wabhala futhi nokuthi umuntu bekade eyishayela bekunalana.
NkosikaTola uHadebe wayebhala angazi lutho ukuthi wayebhala ini lapha.
My Lord, that is what Hadebe had written. I do not know what was he writing.
Angaze ngibone ama-kilometer emoto, angaze ayikho into yemoto engathi ngiyayazi mina.
I did not see the kilometers of the motor vehicle. There is nothing that I know regarding that motor vehicle.
uHadebe uyo wazi yonke le nto leya eyayenzeka lapha.
Hadebe is the one that knows everything that was happening there.
Passenger left from front, Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe. Passenger on the right back, none. Passenger left back, Muzika Ikulelwa, Stemba Sibia.
Wabhala ke futhi nabantu abekade bekhona lapha emotweni nawe wakubhala ukuthi ubokade khona emotweni.
Emotweni babengifake kuyo ngangikhona NkosikaTola.
Yes, my Lord, the vehicle that I was put in, I was present there.
Name of the photographer, Sergeant Mapakela.
kwabhalwa nomuntu lo bekade ethwebula iy'thombe ukuthi kwakade ku-Sergeant Maphakela.
bengasamkhumbuli ngimuzwa manje.
I did not remember his surname, but I hear the surname now.
Depart from Albertine subs and dates returned 2020-06-05.
Kwasukwa ke esiphoyiseni sase-Albertine nabuya khona futhi.
Isikhathi angisikhumbuli kodwa sasuke eAlbertine.
I do not recall the time, but we left from Albertine.
Time returned 13:30, kilometer reading 80690.
Futhi nokubuya nabuya imizuzu emashumi amathathu ngemva kwehora lokuqala, amakhilomitha wabhala nawo ukuthi ibuye imoto inamaphi amakhilomitha.
And then when you came back, when you returned from the pointing out, the following questions were put in paragraph 12.
Uthi manibuya ke ukuyokhomba uye wabuzwa imibuzo ethize.
Nkosi Katolo isikhathi angisazi ngangenawashi uhadebe wazi isikhathi. Masibuya ayikho imibuzo engabuzwa yona.
My Lord, I did not have a watch and I do not know what time was it. Hadebe is the one that knew, and when we came back, I was not asked any question.
After conclusion of the pointing out of the scenes or points, the notes are read to the person who pointed out and they are interpreted once again. The following questions are now put to the person who pointed out the scene and or points. Number 1.
Uthi ngemva kokuthi nibuye ke wena uye wafundelwa nokuthi wena ukukhombeni kwathiwani bekunotoliki nawo umbuzo wokuqala oye wabuzwa wona.
Cha akaze ngifundelwe lutho Nkosi Katolo.
No, my Lord, there is nothing that was read for me.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out and said has been noted down correctly? Answer yes.
Waneselekile na ukuthi yonke into ebekade wena uyikhomba ibhalwe kahle, impendulo yakho wena uthe yebo.
Nkosi Katolo akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo akaze ngiphane ngalo answer.
My Lord, I never met such a question and I did not give such an answer.
Are you satisfied that which you pointed out in your own version of what took place? Answer yes.
Uwenelisekile na ngalento oyikhombile wena impendulo yakho yathi yebo.
Nkosi Katolo akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo angaze ngiphane ngalo answer leyo.
My Lord, I never met that kind of a question and I did not give such an answer.
Do you have any complaints about the manner in which I conducted the pointing out? Answer no.
Unesikhalazo ngalendlela ekuthi ngiye ngasebenza ngakhona ngalesikhathi kuyokhonjwa wena waphendula wathi cha.
Nkosi Katolo akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lowo angaze ngiphane futhi ngalo answer isho.
My Lord, I did not meet such a question and I did not give such a response.
Are you satisfied with the interpreter? Answer not applicable.
Wena uye wabuzwa ke ukuthi wena selekile na ngotoliki akuzange lokho akuzange kubhalwe lutho kulo.
Nkosi Katolo akaze ngidibana lo mbuzo lo.
My Lord, I did not meet such a question.
And the place is Albertine, date 2020-06-05, time 14:20, and then warrant of Kenneth Hadebe also signed.
Ngalelo langa ke le 5 zika June 2020 Colonel Hadebe yena wasayina lapho.
And then it was scratched out, there was no interpreter, and then you put your fingerprint, signature, and he also signed.
Kwa sulwa ke ukuthi bekungenatoliki wena wabeka isithupha sakho wasayina lapho.
Isithupha manje ngisibeka ngangiphoqeleka ukuthi kumele ngisibeke kwangesintando yami.
If I had put my fingerprint, it would be that I was forced. It was not my will.
Okay, let's proceed. Brigadier Gininda testified before this court that when he requested the assistance of Colonel Hadebe as well as Colonel Mboto, he wanted independent officers that are not privy to the investigations.
Brigadier Gininda yena ithema iphana ngobufakazi uthe ngalesikhathi ecela uncedo ku Colonel Mboto no Colonel. Please repeat. Colonel Mboto and
Hadebe.
No Colonel Hadebe wayekade efuna abantu abazimele abekade bona bangenalo ulwazi laleli cala.
Nkosi Katolo ngeke ngiphawulele uGininda kodwa mina mangifika kulabo abantu labaya babekhombisa ubulwane abakhombisa ungamnalwazi necala ngoba bengibuza imibuzo ukuthi ngazini ngokufa kuka Senzo.
My Lord,
lo usukazi ukuthi yini yenzakalana.
My Lord, I would not respond on behalf of Gininda. However, those people, when I arrived there, they were showing animosity, asking me what is the knowledge that I have with regards to the death of Senzo.
So your conclusion is that they were not independent.
Ukuya ngawe ubona ukuthi bekungasabantu abayimele.
kuya ngami akusibo abantu abayimele
Correct? According to me, they were not independent.
abantu abasebenzisana nayo uGininda labaya.
It's people that are working closely with Gininda.
Thank you. Let's go to the issue of rights.
Asiyeke kumalungelo.
You testify before this court that the only time that you heard about the rights is when you appeared in this court.
Uthe isikhathi la uye waqala ukuzwa uma kukhulunywa ngamalungelo bekula enkantolo.
La engiqala ukuzwa ukukhulunywa ukuthi wethu umuntu wangitshela amalungelo ami bengiqala ukuzwa la ecourt ukuthi kunomuntu othi wangitshela amalungelo ami ngomlomo wakhe bengiqala la ecourt.
When I first started hearing a person saying they explained my right, it was here in court when a particular person said they had explained my rights.
Let's start from the beginning. Buthelezi never explained your rights immediately after you were arrested.
Ubuthelezi ngalesikhathi eqeda ukukubopha zange akutshela amalungelo wakho.
Cha, angazi
No.
wangitshela.
He did not explain my rights.
When he arrested you for the second time inside the shack, he never explained your rights.
Uma ekubopha okwesibini phakathi komkhukhu azange akutshela amalungelo wakho.
Asikho isikhathi akangitshela ngaso amalungelo ami nokuthi kunamalungelo. Mina ngiqala ukuzwa makukhulunywa la ecourt ukuthi kunamalungelo okuthiwa nginawo mina.
There is no time when he explained my rights. Even the point that I had rights, I only had it in court when it was explained that he had said I had rights.
And then Sergeant Mahola never explained your rights as well.
Sergeant Mukhula naye azange akutshela amalungelo wakho.
Cha,
No.
angazi wangitshela.
She never informed me of my rights.
Gininda never explained your rights.
Brigadier Gininda naye azange akutshela amalungelo wakho.
Cha, kusekatola akazi wangitshela.
No, my lord, he never told me of my rights.
Colonel Mboto,
Colonel Mbotho yena?
Cha, akazi wangitshela naye.
No, he also never told me of my rights.
Mokhane,
Sergeant Mukhani,
Cha, akazi wangitshela naye.
he also did not inform me of my rights, my lord.
Colonel Hadebe,
Colonel Hatebe yena?
Cha, akazi wangitshela.
He also did not inform me of my rights.
and SAP 14A notice of rights were you ever given those?
Incwadi le ekhuluma ngamalungelo uye wanikwa leyo ncwadi le.
Angikhumbuli ikosekatola mhlawumbe ngangibonisa yona ngingakwazi ukukhomenta ngayo.
I do not recall the document. Perhaps if I can be shown the document, maybe I would be able to comment on the document.
I'm trying to get a copy for you.
Usayifuna ufuna ukubonisa yona.
Okay.
So now let's move to the 31st. When you were taken to Tembisa South, you were not given rights there as well.
Nalapha yana nge-31 ngalesikhathi uyisiwa eThembisa South nakhona awuzange utshelwa amalungelo wakho.
Cha, alikho iphoyisa elawela ngitshela ngamalungelo ami.
No, my lord, there is not even a single police officer who had explained my rights.
When you appeared in court on the 1st,
Ngalesikhathi uvela enkantolo nge-1,
Alikho iphoyisa elawela ngitshela ngamalungelo ami.
there is no police officer who explained my rights.
the magistrate,
Umantshi akazange akuchazisela amalungelo wakho.
Angimkhumbula umagistrate engitshela amalungelo ami, wangitshela nje ukuthi kumele ngithole ilawyer elizongimela.
I did not recall the magistrate explaining my rights. The magistrate only told me that I need to get an attorney that would defend me.
is that not your right?
Akusilungelo lelo.
Angazi.
I do not know.
So you don't know your rights.
Shukuthi amalungelo wakho awazi.
Kodwa laba bekhuluma ngawo la bela enkantolo akaze beze bengitshela.
But the rights that were explained here in court by the witnesses, I was never informed of such rights.
I want to show you a document.
Uthi ufuna ukubonisa nali incwadi ethize.
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I
Do
can
you
see this
recognize that
document.
document?
Uyayazi le ncwadi?
Yebo ngiyayazi.
Yes, I
What is
recognize it. Yini le ncwadi?
Angiyazi igama layo.
I do not know the name of this document.
That is a notice of rights.
Uthi incwadi eyamalungelo.
Yebo.
Yes,
When were you given that document for the first time?
uqalwe ukunikwa nini le ncwadi?
banginikile Veralia kodwa akekho wakwangichazela ngalento le ebhalwe la ngoba isilungu vela angisazi.
I was given in Valeria. However, there is no one who had explained to me what was written here, as I am not well versed with English.
Are you now saying they gave you this document in Valeria on the 31st, sorry, or
What?
the 30th?
Uthi le ncwadi bakunike yona eValeria ngeyi-30 noma ngeyi-31.
Angeke ngikwazi ukukhuluma ngedate ngoba isikhathi ngangasiboni.
I would not be able to comment on the date
Kodwa
as I did
banginika
not see the time.
ngisusa eSoweto mangifika la bafika banginikeza.
But I was given this document when I was moved from Soweto. When I arrived, that's when this document was given to me.
So when Guinea, sorry.
Mabe nginika banginika njengama document vele kufanele ngidlale ngiwasayine.
And when I-
Ngikwazi ukuthi angawani.
When I was given this document, I was just given as a document, one of those that I needed to sign, which I did not know what was the document for.
So when the witnesses came before this court, that they did explain what are those rights to you, and they interpreted those rights to you, they were just misleading the court.
Bonke abofakazi manje abezile la enkantolo bafika bachaza ukuthi bachazisele lawo malungelo lawo baze bakutolikela nawo ukuthi lawo malungelo awani kusho ukuthi bona bebekade beqamba amanga.
Kosekatolo ngiphinde anginalo ilungelo lokuthi abantu baqamba amanga kodwa akwenzakalanga ngalendlela abayishoyo.
My lord,
Akekho umuntu wangichazela ngamalungelo, akekho umuntu wangitshela ngokuthi nginelungelo mina.
my lord, I would repeat once more that I do not have a right to state whether a person is lying or not, as the court is the one that would make that decision that a person was lying or not. I was not explained of any rights.
Do you remember when Buthelezi was being made to recite those rights that he explained to you at Tembisa?
Usakhumbula uButhelezi ngalesikhathi yena ezebe echaza lawo malungelo ebekade bekuchazisele wona eThembisa?
Akaze kuze kube nomuntu ongichazela amalungelo. Akwenzakalanga.
There was no one that explained my rights. It did not happen, my lord.
So now let's fast forward. So the magistrate that Tembisa as well did not explain the rights.
Aqhubeke ke siya phambili. Umantshi waseThembisa akazange akuchazisela amalungelo akho naye.
Cha, akaze azangichazela amalungelo.
No, the magistrate did not explain my rights.
So how did you then come to the conclusion that you wanted to be represented by legal aid?
Manje ufike kanjani kwisinqumo sokuthi wena ufuna ukumelwa abameli be-legal aid?
Umagistrate wathi angikwazi ukuyimela mina, kumele ngithole umuntu ozongikhulumela ukufundela ukukhulumela umuntu.
The magistrate said I would not be able to defend myself. I need to get a legal expert that went to
Kodwa
school
ukuthi
for such.
kodwa ukuthi ilungelo lelo anginalo ulwazi.
But to state that that is a right, I did not know.
I want to show you a document. It's an extract from Exhibit 00.
Uthi ufuna ukubonisa incwadi ethize.
What is Exhibit 00?
Charge sheet from Tembisa Magistrate
see.
Court. It's, my lord, I just took out an extract, if I may direct the court, the first page during the first appearance. You see that document?
Uyayibona le ncwadi?
Ngiyalibona nje leli phepha.
Yes, I can
An
see the
extract
document.
from Tembisa Magistrate Court.
Uthi incwadi ethathwe ngalesikhathi inise magistrate court yaseThembisa.
Okay.
And then I will just direct you to the relevant portion. It says explanation to accuse of rights to legal representation.
Uthi ke uzawufunda la bekade kufundwe khona ukuthi amalungelo wakho wokumelwa.
Okay.
Do you
Ibhalwe
understand
la.
now?
Uyazwisisa manje?
ngizwa yena uyafunda uthi uzongifundela lokho okubhalwe phansi.
I hear as you are reading, as you said that you would read what is written.
At these proceedings, you have the right to be represented by a qualified legal representative. You may appoint a legal representative at your own expense, or if you cannot afford to do that, you may approach the legal aid board to appoint one, or on your behalf, free of charge. It is always advisable to have a legal representative, as they are qualified to place your case before the court and to protect your rights as best they could. You are not compelled to obtain any legal representative, as you may conduct your own case. You have a right to be given a reasonable opportunity to obtain legal representation, but if you fail to obtain legal representation within a reasonable time, it is due to your fault, and then the court may order that the trial proceed without legal representation.
Laphayana ke kubhalwe ilungelo leli lokuthi wena unelungelo lokuthi ungaba nommeli ozomkhokhela ngemali yakho. Uma ungabe awunayo imali yokukhokhela ummeli, ungafaka isicelo sokuthi umelwe ummeli we-legal aid. Nakhona uma ingabe wena uzothatha isikhathi sokuthola loyo mmeli loyo, inkantolo ingahle yona ithi icala liqhubeke ulibele ungena mmeli ngoba wena ozabe umoshe isikhathi.
Konsekatolo ngicela ukuyicacisa la, angazange ngize ngifundelwe into efana nale mangifika ecourt yaseThembisa.
My Lord, may I please explain here? I have never, such a document was not read to me when I arrived in Tembisa.
Uma kuvela igama lommeli, umuntu kufanele ukuthi mangitshela ukuthi suka la uye lapha ya, ngingakutshela ukuthi unelungelo lokusuka la uye lapha ya. So umuntu mayithi thola ummeli uyakutshela, akakutshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthola ummeli. Indaba yelungelo yiyo le engayazi.
With regards to the attorney, it is just the same as when a person instructs you to move from one point to another. It was not explained to me that it is a right. I was informed that I need to get an attorney.
And then, do you understand the accused answer? Yes.
Wena uye wabuzwa ke ukuthi uyazwisisa wathi yebo.
Yebo ngangisho ukuthi yebo umuntu mayithi kumele uthole ummeli, vele answer kumele ikhiphe ukuthi yebo.
Yes.
Noma uthi oh.
Yes, I could have said yes, I understand, because when a person tells you that you need to get an attorney, the response needs to either be yes or oh.
Okay. So even this right was not explained at Tembisa.
Kuthi nalelo lungelo eThembisa abazange bachazisele lona.
Abakaze bengitshela ukuthi ilungelo, bangitshela ukuthi kumele ngithole umuntu ozokumela.
I was not informed that it was a right. I was just told that I need to get a person that would represent me.
You know, Mr. Sibiya, they just people that were involved in handling your case, that everything was wrong with them, from police officers to even magistrates.
Uthi kusho ukuthi abantu bonke labe kade beyingxenye kuleli cala leli lakho, kusukela kumantshi kusukela kumaphoyisa ukuya kumantshi, bona bazange nje balandelele umthetho, bona bayenze izinto ngendlela yabo ngoma yithandela.
Konsekatolo nayizolo ngeke ngasho ngathi umthetho angiwazi. Amaphoyisa uma enza into right noma enza into wrong, anginalo ulwazi ukuthi yini ayenzayo. Yiwo asukazi ukuthi enza into wrong noma right. Magistrate uma enza into wrong noma right, angikwazi ukuthi wenza into wrong noma right ngoba umthetho angiwazi.
My Lord, even yesterday I did explain that I am not a legal expert. If a police officer does something wrong or right, I would not know. Even when a magistrate does something wrong or right, I would not know.
You know, out of I don't know so many millions in South Africa, the magistrate decide to treat your case different from all other cases that appear before magistrates.
Uthi ke umshushisi kulabantu abaningi nje amamiliyoni angaka wabantu abavela phambi komantshi, umantshi uvele waqaphuna elakho icala waliyenza ngalendlela ewena uchaza ngalo.
Angikwazi ukuphendula imagistrate waseThembisa. Mina bengichaza into eyenzeke kimi ukuthi uyenza kubani nakubani, angikwazi ukumkhulumela.
I would not be able to respond on behalf of the Tembisa magistrate, as I am only explaining to what happened to me. Whether that magistrate does it to everyone, I would not know, my Lord.
And then you further testified, let's leave that point, we'll leave that for argument. You testified before this court during your examination in chief that you were charged for the Fosleras case 636-10-2014 on the 26th of July 2020.
wena uye waqhubeka wathi uye wathweswa icala leli lase-Fosloras i-636 nge-26 zikaJuly 2020.
yebo ngachajwa nge-26 kaJuly 2020
That is correct. I was charged on the 26th of July in 2020.
At Fosleras.
Wachajwa e-Fosloras
epolice station seFosforas.
at the Fosloras police station.
And then do you remember when you testified before this court that on the 10th of July 2020 you requested that you be taken out of the police stations and be taken to Modabi prison because the police, they just book you out for whatever reason at any time, so you wanted to be taken to prison where they cannot take you anytime they feel like taking you out and you can feel safe?
Usakhumbula na ngalesikhathi wena uzebe uthi uye wazicelela ukuthi ukhishwe emaphoyiseni uyisiwe eModabi ejele la ukuthi amaphoyisa ngeke akwazi ukuzizela nganoma isiphi isikhathi bazozenzela imazithanda ngawe njengoba mawusesiphoyiseni bona bayafika nganoma isiphi isikhathi bakuthathe bazenzele intando yabo.
yebo ngisho kanjalo.
Yes, that is what I did say.
So how were you taken out of prison on the 26th of July 2020 as you put it?
Manje nge-26 zikaJuly njengoba usho bakukhiphe kanjani ejele?
bangikhipha ngiyo-attenda eFosforas icase yaseFosforas.
I was booked out when I was going to attend the Fosloras case.
mina bengilandwa yiwo amaphoyisa aphenya icala yiwo bengilanda ejele engithathe engise ekhoti angithathe ekhoti engibuyisele ejele. Uma kukhona la afuna ukungithatha engise khona ngaleso sikhathi leso njengoba bangithatha bangisa epolice station seFosforas kulaba bafike bangithathela khona emva kwalapho bangithatha bangibuyisela ejele.
I was always booked out by the police that were investigating in the matter, and they would take me to Fosloras and take me back to prison. Whenever they wanted to take me, they would come and take me from the prison to wherever they wanted to take me to.
The version that was put to Ginenda regarding the charging or in this particular matter, it was said to him that you were charged in August of
Uthi-ke,
2020.
uBrigadier Geninda ngalesikhathi ela yena uye watshelwa ummeli wakho ukuthi wena uthe uvalelwe noma ngaleli cala leli le-636 uye wachargwa ngo-August.
Kose Katolo angaze ngithi ngichatshwe ngo-August.
My
Mina
Lord,
ngichatshwe ngoJuly 26 2020.
my Lord, I did not personally say I was charged in August. I said I was charged on the 26th of July 2020.
But say, according to this document, the notice of rights, you were charged by Sergeant Mohola on the 26th of October 2020. Place it's Benoni.
Ukuya ngale ncwadi le bekade ekubonisa yona leyana yamalungelo ithi yona uchargwe uSergeant Mohola nge-26 zikaJuly 2020 eBinoni.
Ngicela ungiphindele noma utolika wami angiphindele kahle angizwanga kahle.
May it be repeated either by the state or the interpreter. Uthi ke yena incwadi le akubonise yona le yamalungelo lebe ila ibonisa ukuthi uye wathweswa icala wachargwa nge-26 zikaJuly 2020 eBinoni.
Angaze ngichargelwe eBinoni.
I was not charged in Binoni.
You just told this court now that you were, the day that you were charged, 26 July 2020, you were attending a court.
Uthe ngalelanga wawukade uchargwa nge-26 zikaJuly 2020 wawukade uye enkantolo.
Mangichargwa nge-26 zikaJuly 2020 ngichargelwa eFosforas epolice station ngiqeda ukusuka ecourt yaseFosforas bangithatha bangisa ecourt epolice station yaseFosforas kula abafike bangijaja khona.
When I was charged on the 26th of July 2020, I was from the Fosloras Magistrate Court and I was taken to the Fosloras police station. That is where I was charged.
At this stage, I will also request the court to take a judicial notice of the fact that courts do not sit on a Saturday or a Sunday. 26 July 2020, it was a Saturday.
uthi futhi uzawucela inkantolo ukuthi ibone ukuthi inkantolo azihlali ngomgqibelo
In fact, it was
ngoba
a Sunday.
i26 zika July 2020 kwakade kuyisonto.
To establish from my colleague if the charging part of the
Hello?
suspect, is it done in court? Because he said he was coming from court.
May I ask your colleague? I'm listening.
Yes.
The witness said he was coming
says
from court.
Courts don't sit on a Saturday or Sunday.
He said he was coming from court. From
which
court, he
date?
was 26 July 2020.
And you are saying it's a Saturday.
It's a Sunday.
A Sunday.
Precise.
That's what he's saying. I don't know.
Mshushisi uthi ngalelo langa kwakade kuyisonto i26 zika July 2020.
Konsekatolo uma ngathiwa ngicela ukuchecka le statement abasigcwalisa wona amaphoyisa maye ekucharge yiso ezizongitshena i-exact date yakhona abangicharge ngayo.
My Lord, if I would be given an opportunity to check the statement when the police were charging me, it would be the one that would give me an exact date.
Uma kungathiwa ngimista i-date
If I am mistaken regarding the date.
The record that we have, following your charging, you received this document, Mr. Sibia, notice of rights.
Uthi incwadi uye wayithola le ngemva kokuthi uthweswe amacala.
cha angaze ngiyithole le bangilethele ngo-October bethi ngakusasa kumele ngiye enkantolo ilelinye iphepha bathi J50.
No, my Lord, I did not receive this document as this one was brought to me in October as I was about to appear in court, and there was also a J50.
Mina mangikhuluma ngokucharge ngikhuluma ngokuthathwa iy'thupha iminwe bengitshena bethi bangicharge ngaleli icala leli uginile ngitshena kanjalo.
When I am referring to being charged, I am referring to the day when my fingerprints were taken, and that is when Gininda told me that he was charging me.
No, sir. That's not the essence of my question. My question is that you were coming from a court, then you were taken to Fosloras, and then that's where they took the fingerprints and whatever process followed.
Uthi umshushisi yena umbuzo wakhe uqhamuka la wena la uthi wawukade uvela enkantolo wayisiwa epolice station kulaye ukuthi baye bathatha iy'thupha zakho bakuthwesa nalelo cala.
Yebo namanje ngisho kanjalo ngangisuka ecourt bangithatha ecourt bangisa epolice station kulabo bafike bathi bangicharge khona.
Yes, that is what I am still maintaining, that I was from court, and from the court I was taken to the police station, then that's when I was charged.
That is the arresting statement.
Incwadi le ebekade bekubopha ngayo.
Le ngiyaqala nokuyibona le ncwadi le.
This one is my first time seeing it, my Lord.
Ayinawo
Mr. Sibia, in conclusion,
ayinawo nane signature yami.
It does not even have my signature.
yes, arresting statement, because you're not a police officer, can never have your signature.
Uthi
You voted
incwadi
for it.
leyo igcwaliswe yiphoyisa ngeke ibe ne-signature yakho.
Konsekatolo ngisacela bengibhekela i-statement lese esibhalwa i-date engichargewa ngayo.
My Lord, can I please be shown a statement which shows the date of when I was charged?
Let us conclude.
This is statement
That is the
about warning
statement I
statement.
presented to you.
Uthi yiso lesi, and the accused is saying he would like to see a warning statement.
I'm not sure if your attorney will allow that.
Uthi akazi ukuthi ummeli wakho uzovuma na ukuthi uboniswe leso statement okhuluma ngaso.
That's a document you showed him just now. What was it? You say it's an arresting.
It's a arresting statement. my
By
lord.
which policeman?
Sergeant Mahula.
Yeah, show him.
No, it is from there already.
Well, now he says he wants to see it. Maybe it's from there, but he didn't see it. What's the problem now?
No problem, my lord.
What exhibit is that? That's a statement by Mohola.
My lord, the request is that you just want to see the warning statement.
No, just that statement you say it's an arresting statement from Mohola. Where is it? Mr. Sibande, where's the statement? You
I took
handed-
it back to the investigation.
Can we have the copy of that, please, Himadot? Sure. Is that the statement you handed over to the lady there?
Yes,
That lady?
with Sergeant Mahula.
Yeah, but where is the statement now? Can I have a look at it? Hey,
Let me just
you know,
check-
black
check
people
it.
refuse with knowledge.
First, just give it
That's why Inyanga Zabantu, they die with all the knowledge. I mean, can I have a look at that? Give it to the police gentleman there.
No, they want to see it first.
Who wants to see it first?
naso inkantolo ifuna ukusibona.
Because I don't have it now, I'll read it into the record. First Lawyer's case number 636-10-2014, A212. Batubakai Baina Mahola, under oath states, on oath in English, I'm a female police officer with service, and then he mentions his service number. My rank is that of a sergeant attached to the Office of the National Commission of Cold Cases Investigation, and it states a cell number. On Monday, the 26th of October 2020, at approximately 10:55, I was on official duty and I arrested Mazikani Kusle Stemba Sibiya on the warrant of arrest under First Lawyer's case 636-10-2014 at Moda B, Department of Correctional Services. I informed him of his constitutional rights under Section 35, Act 103 of 1996, and he understood the SAPS 414A/R 6416-104. The suspect is free from injuries. I know and understand the content of the statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath, and she has signed it, and it is stamped with a South African police stamp, and the commissioning officer is Vusimuzi somebody. Mahan. Just interpret for the
Uthi
gentleman
ke
there.
nasi ke inkantolo iyasifunda lesa statement lesibesilethwe la. Statement isokuboshwa ngale langa uzebe uboshwa. Statement esibhalwe nge-10 zika nge-26 zika October la ukuthi iphoyisa uSergeant Bathubakayi Mogala yena uthi uye wakubopha laphayana ejele la ukuthi ubekade ephethe incwadi egunyaza ukuthi wena uboshwe wakubopha eModa B ejele la khona kula ukuthi yena uye wakutshela amalungelo wakho ukuya ngomthetho sesekelo wena uye wawazwisisa lawo malungelo wena wawukade ungalimelanga futhi yena uyazwisisa ukuthi lesi statement lesi usiyenza efungile akanayo inkinga nokufunga ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso.
And what's the date? Sorry, just interpret the date also.
As the court pleases, please borrow me.
On the stamp.
I-date ke iye yashawa istamp nge-26 zika October 2020 ngo-2 emini eBinoni sasayindwa futhi nawo Sergeant Mogani.
Okay. Yes, sir. That is apparently the arresting statement.
My Lord, I object.
Hello?
My Lord, I object on the basis of fairness, that the witness cannot be referred to the statement that was made by the arresting officer.
Which statement must he be referred to?
The statement that has just been read into the
Yeah,
record.
which, yeah, I hear you.
It was
Yeah.
made by the
Arresting officer.
arresting
Yeah.
officer, not in front of this witness. He has no knowledge of the statement.
No, fine. I never said he has knowledge of whatever. I just said, where is the arresting statement, Mr. Sebande? Hello, just stand up. You told this court that there is an arresting statement. Hello?
Yes, because
Right.
he requested for it.
I'm not involved in wanting somebody to go to jail. Now, after that, Mr. Sibia says, no, if you can show me that arresting statement, if you can show it to me. Then I said, where is it? Apparently he had given it to the lady there. Took time to get it. After he gets it, I say, apparently this is what they say is the arresting statement. And then I read it into the record. That's all I did.
My Lord,
And you say it's unfair.
my Lord, with due respect, my Lord, I understand what the Lordship is.
Don't
referring-
accuse me of being a crook.
No, my Lord, I'm not.
No, just
accusing-
listen to me. You must never. I've been 50 years in the profession. I've never been accused of being a crook.
My Lord, I'm not accusing this.
What are you
court.
accusing me of?
But my Lord, I am asking this court to listen to this. The accused, when he said, unless if I can be showed a statement wherein I was arrested on that day. Then my question is, my Lord, the statement that has been presented, my Lord, to the accused, is not the statement that was made by the accused, it was made by the arresting office.
Nobody said the accused made an arresting statement. He's not a policeman. What are you saying?
As the court please.
Oh, it's long since him, eh?
My Lord.
Just wait, Mr. Just sit down. This witness never said he made an arresting statement. Don't misconstrue Izintolap, please. He said he wanted to see the arresting statement. And Sibande, and I'm not involved in this nonsense. Sibande is the person who says there is an arresting statement. He wants to see it. They look for it, they can't find it, ultimately it is found. And I say, I want to see that statement because I don't have a copy of it. And there's no exhibit of this. Is that not so, sir? That's it. I read it to the court ngoba kunamgunyathi kimi, so that everybody can hear what it says. After it is read, I say they must interpret it for Mr. Sibia. It is interpreted for her. And you say, I'm unfair. I'm unfair. So, they are saying that is the arresting statement.
Kuthiwa yiso lesi statement esenzwe ngalesikhathi uboshwa.
You can make your comment if you want to, sir.
Uma ingabe ungathanda ukuphawula ungaphawula ngaso le statement engiqeda ukutolikela sona.
Nkosi Katolo,
Yeah.
lesi statement lesi sibhalwe yiphoyisa and sihambisana nalento engiyisho ukuthi iphoyisa layiletha kimi ngalolu suku lwe 26 October akuhambisani nokuchargewa kwami ukufaka kwami iminwe. Inkosi enkantolo ngicela ukuthi ingitholele la engafaka khona iminwe ukuze sizothola le date le engachargewa ngayo ephosphorus.
My Lord, this statement was made in October and it corroborates what I have said, that this was brought to me on the 26th of October. This is not the statement when I had placed my fingerprints, which I was charged on that particular day. May I please see a document where I had placed my fingerprints where I was charged in phosphorus, my Lord?
Okay, Mr. Sibande, the witness, Mr. Sibia wants to see a statement where he placed his fingerprints on. You call it an arresting statement, the one
Ile ncwadi
they
bowusho
used to
ngayo
present
uthi
you when they were arresting you,
le ebakunike yona ngalesikhathi bekubopha
or when they were charging you, which is
noma usho ngalesikhathi bekucharger.
Ngisho lesikhathi bengifaka ama fingerprint bethi bayangicharge ngaleli cala lika Senzo.
Yeah, he wants
The
to see that
time-
document, sir.
Yes, my Lord.
My apologies, my lord. Can Advocate Mshololo refrain from what she's doing? I could hear from where I'm standing shouting warning, warning. With the greatest respect to
She's
her
shouting what,
and this
Mr.
court.
Mchololo?
Warning, warning.
To
Who
whom?
is the witness? To the witness.
She's warning the witness, warning.
To answer in that fashion by implication.
Mr. Mchololo, but they say you're being in contempt of the proceedings.
My Lord, I've got witnesses who are just next to me, if
Yeah,
they had me.
I'm just telling you, he is saying you are in contempt of the proceedings. You know you don't have to assist your client when he's in the box, telegraphing questions and answers to him, or making gestures or signs. At least that was the law I was taught.
And it's wrong, my Lord, to make wrong submissions about counsel when he's sitting in court and he has not done that.
Mr. Sibanda says you just did that. I didn't see you. He says, your colleague, he says you did it.
My Lord, I've said I've got witnesses next to me here. They can testify that I've never done that.
Right, yeah, let's proceed. So the witness says he wants to see the document where he appended, or his thumbs, my fingerprints. Do you have that document for me?
He's going to check with the defense if that's the road they want to take.
Hello? Mr. Sibanda, what is the problem now?
No, I was just asking if that's the road they want to embark on.
Who?
The defense.
No. This is the witness. Mr. Sibia wants that document. Is that not so, sir?
Kunjalo angithi uwe oyifunayo le ncwadi le.
Yebo le eyithupha zami.
That is
Yes.
correct, my Lord.
That's-
The
you
one
want to
where
have
I
a look
placed
at it.
my fingerprints. Ibheke ke. Yabo, interview with suspect.
Ungifundele yona. Hayi noma ngifundanga lapho sibona. Ngala ku date khona.
23 July 2020 ngo-2 emini. Statement regarding interview.
Isilo sakathi ngithatha ngasangithi. Okay, cela ungifundele ukuthi yisaphi.
Statement esani. Phosphorus. Angiboni la ukuthi kubhalwe not what.
Ngathi bathi not needed.
Not needed. Okay, yes. The matter of Senzo Meyiwa. Yeah, lena ikhuluma ngokubulawa kuka Senzo Meyiwa nge-23 July. And then angithi bofuna na.
Ngifuna
He's still looking for a date, my Lord.
Oh, I see, okay.
23 July.
ukuthi manje ngiyazi ukuthi ngiyocharge noma ya kodwa nasi
And the witness says he can see the date of the 23rd of July. He's just not sure if this is the document where he was charged. However, we have just also together read on the statement regarding interview, which is now paragraph number 2, which speaks of the matter of Senzo Meyiwa, which occurred on the 26th of. No,
fine.
he said I should please read for him what is written.
Ya ungifunda manje uyazi ebalekile mina ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi ingeyami yona.
He just wanted to know what is this document for.
It's the first time you see that document.
Uyaqala ukuyibona le ncwadi?
Iyaqala my lord.
Yes,
Your
my lord, it's my
advocate
first
and
time.
your attorney never showed you that document.
Ummeli wakho abazange bakubonise yona le ncwadi.
Unokubonisa izinto eziningi kakhulu. So le angazi noma isuke ikhona noma isuke ingekho. Izinto ziningi kakhulu la amaphepha lapha kuwe.
There are a lot of documents that they have shown me. Therefore, I am not sure if this is part of the documents that the defense had showed me as well.
But is that the document you say you wanted to see your fingerprints thereon,
Kodwa yiyo le ncwadi
testifying to the fact that you are being charged or you were
lebe
charged?
lebe uthe ufuna ukubona ithupha zakho labe kade uchargwa khona.
Akusiyona Nkosekatola azikho
Okay,
ithupha zami.
fine,
It is not the document as the fingerprints are not there, my lord.
fine.
Le ine date ye 23 zika July.
This one shows a
2020.
date of the 23rd of July 2020.
Yeah, okay, fine. It is not the document.
Kusho ukuthi
You are
akusiyo
referring
lebe
to.
uyifuna.
Nkosekatola bengithi bazongibonisa la engishaye khona i2. So nayo le angiyazi noma ihambisana nayo na.
My lord, I was thinking that I would be shown a document where my fingerprints were taken. I'm not sure if this document is also part of that particular document that shows the fingerprints that were taken.
No, fine. Then you can return that document.
It's written, my lord.
Where did you get it from, Mr. Mgobezulu?
No, from Sergeant Mohola.
Or Sergeant Mohola?
Yes. My lord, I will have no further questions for this witness.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mgobezulu?
My lord, it's 521.
Okay, you want us to adjourn?
Yes, my lord, so that I can.
Uthi umshushisi sekaqedile akasenayo imibuzo angakubuza yona. Kusafuneka manje ummeli azokubuza imibuzo kodwa sekuyisikhathi sokuthi siphume siye lunchini sizobuya.
Ms. Mshololo, this is what I'm going to say to you. I've been on the bench for 20 years. I've practiced as an attorney for 30 years. I've never ever been accused of being a crook or dishonest. I was trained by, amongst others, Charles Casson, Mohammed, Bezos. They taught me to be honest in this profession.
My Lord,
No, I'm just telling you who I am.
My Lord, I'm also an advocate.
Yeah, fine.
I'm also
Please don't answer me,
representing-
please.
I'm also defending the accused.
Yeah,
I
fine.
raised an objection on the basis of fairness. I have a right also
You-
to stand up
Fine.
and raise that objection.
Fine, you have.
We all have different experiences.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, we come back at 2. I want to engage Mr. Sebande. I saw when I told you that the law has changed. He said, I want to finish my application of that 1965 case.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, I've got a case which was adjudicated after the first interim constitution, 1993. I just want to read it to you so that they mustn't say, I let judge in again, like I'm being accused. I'm just going to read the head.
If I can
Notes.
get the citation, my lord, so I can read it.
S versus Botswana. S versus Botswana and others. 1993. Sorry, but that's when it was heard. It was reported 1994, 1. Okay. I'll just read a synopsis of it. Now you can sit down.
Okay.
Confession, admissibility, trial within a trial. Placing of a confession before a court. At what stage should the confession be placed before the court? Only when the accused elects to give evidence in his trial within a trial that the state can decide whether to cross-examine such accused with reference to any part or the whole of the confession. If the cross-examination is restricted to any part of the confession, then only those parts become part of the record. Assessment. The fact that an accused lied in stating that he had been told what to say in his confession cannot and ought not to serve as a cogent reason for rejecting his evidence or the permanent question, namely whether the confession has been made freely and voluntarily. A brief history of this case is that the appellants had been convicted in the Circuit Court of murder and sentenced to death. At the trial, the state sought to rely on 2 written confessions made to police officers by the first appellant and on each of the others. The appellant contested the admissibility of the statement on the grounds that they had been induced by threats and assaults to confess. In order to determine the admissibility of these statements, a trial within a trial was held. At the outset of the inquiry, counsel for the state handed up 2 confessions relating to the second and fourth appellants in order to place the preliminary questions and answers and concluding notes before the court. The substantive portion of the confession was excluded. The court, however, during cross-examination of a state witness and after having asked the defense counsel whether it was contended that the appellants had been told what to say in their confessions and received an affirmative answer, asked to see the excluded portion of the confessions. A similar procedure was adopted in respect of the pointing out made by the appellants. The court insisted that the incriminating statements made by the appellants be placed before it during the evidence in chief of one of the police officers. At the end of the inquiry into the admissibility of the statements, the court held them to be admissible. The principal reason for the rejection of the appellant's evidence on the question whether they had confessed voluntarily was their denial of the truth of the confessions. Now, on appeal, this is what was held: that it was quite irregular for the court to have insisted on the confessions and the statements being placed before it during the state case, like you wanted me to do. Only when each of the appellants has elected to give evidence in the inquiry could counsel for the state decide whether to cross-examine such appellants with reference to any part or to the whole of the confession. In the former, even only when the portion referred to in cross-examination will become part of the record. It was held further that the conduct of the court in this regard was highly irregular and potentially prejudicial to the appellants. Further, that the court attached undue importance to the fact that the appellants had lied in stating that they had been told what to say in their confessions. The fact that they were lying had to be seen in context and assessed accordingly. Further, that it was a matter of common experience for an accused person to give false evidence in this respect, and such evidence or defect was not to be entirely disregarded. It could only, however, serve as a cogent reason for rejecting the appellant's evidence on the pertinent question, namely, whether their confessions had been made as a result of assaults and threats. Held further that on the evidence as a whole and taking into account certain defects in the state case, the onus resting on the state to prove that the defense, that the confessions were freely and voluntarily made, had not been discharged. The appeal was allowed and the conviction was set aside. So this court knows what it is talking about. Yes, Mr. Mgumizu,
So, Mr. Spear,
Mnumzane Sibiya,
all right, there are certain things that I need to clarify before we conclude our case with you.
kunezinto ezimbalwa engifuna ukuzicacisa ngaphambi kokuthi siqede mina nawe.
yebo.
When you were with Colonel Mboto on the 30th, is it true that there was no interpreter?
Ngalesikhathi uno Colonel Mboto nge-30 iqiniso ukuthi bekungena toliki.
Wayengekho uTolika.
That is correct, there was no interpreter.
And according to you or your observation on that night, a statement that was, you were ordered to sign it, was it made in English or in isiZulu?
Ukuya ngawe lesiya statement ebakuphoqa ukuthi usayine besibhalwe ngesingesi.
You know what? Before he answers it, I want to be fair.
Yes.
If he's aware whether the statement was in Tsonga or Zulu or Chinese,
Yes,
it means he read the document. Are you with me?
that's correct, my lord. I just
So,
want, yes.
You realize it. So maybe you must withdraw that question.
May I withdraw the question? All right. When you were taken to Albertine on the 5th of June and you interacted with Colonel Hadebe, there was no interpreter on that day as well.
Uma uyisiwa eAlbertine no Colonel Hadebe nge-5 zika June nalapho bekungena toliki.
Bengenatolika.
There was no interpreter as well.
Okay. Let's get into the day in which you appeared in court on the 1st of June 2020 in Tembisa Court. It has been said by my colleague that the rights were read according to the charge sheet. Did you tell the magistrate on that day that you were assaulted?
Asiyeke nge-1 zika June 2020 labo kade usenkantolo. Umshushisi yena uthe amalungelo wakho abekade efundiwe noma aye bakutshela ngawo. uManju uye wamtshela ukuthi wawukade ushayiwe.
Ngatshena i-lawyer ngoba lapha ethembisa mabethi thola i-lawyer kuba khona umuntu ozayo ukutshela ukuthi uyi-lawyer ethi uzogcwalisa amaphepha. Ngamtshela ukuthi ngishayile.
I had told my defense attorney as immediately after I was informed that I need to get an attorney, then somebody approached me and I informed that particular person that I was assaulted.
All right. But that was not related, according to that attorney that you informed. Did he relate that to the magistrate? Did he tell the magistrate that you were assaulted?
Ummeli loyo oze kuwe ngaleli alapha uye watshela inkantolo lolu daba lokuthi wena uthe ushayiwe.
Kuyikuthi wayekhuluma isilungu angazi noma wamtshela ukuthi ngishaya indlela engisho ngakhona na. Kodwa mangiphinda ngibuya kuye nge-10 zika July ngiyamtshela labantu laba lokhu beqhubeka bengishaya. Yila aphinda futhi afina atshena khona icourt ukuthi lo muntu lo baqhubeka bamshaya laba bantu laba. Yila uTolika ngitshela khona ukuthi ummeli wakho semtshenile icourt ukuthi wena kumele uye emotani.
On the first appearance, I am not sure whether the attorney did mention it, as the attorney had stated in English. And on the 10th of July, when I came to court again, I proceeded and informed my attorney that I am continually being assaulted. And that is when the attorney also stated it on record, and an interpreter interpreted, informing me that My attorney just told the court that I am being assaulted and I will then be transferred to Moda B.
All right. Inside court on the 10th of July 2020 was Sergeant Mohola, Sergeant Mohane, and Constable Mabena present inside court.
Enkantolo ngeyi-10 zika July 2020 phakathi enkantolo uSergeant Mohola, uSergeant Mohane noConstable Mabena bebakade bakhona phakathi enkantolo.
Umuntu engimkhumbule esekatolo umhane. Umkhula angimkhumbuli ngimbona ekatolo.
I remember that Mohane was in court. I do not remember seeing Mohola in court.
Mabena ngikhumbuli ngimbona ecourt.
I do not remember seeing Mabena as well.
All right.
In court.
Okay, there were records that were read, or we heard the audio recording of Boksburg Court, where the magistrate, after the lawyer for accused number 3 and number 2, told the court that they were assaulted. I want you to follow that.
Uthi ke ummeli kunala kuye kwakhaliswa izinto bezikade zikhulunywa enkantolo la ummeli womangalelwa wesithathu nowesibini baye batshela inkantolo ukuthi bebakade beshayiwe uthi ufuna umlandeleli lapho usaqhubeka.
If you can recall, that presiding officer, that magistrate of Boksburg, inquired from the attorney from Legal Aid Board about those allegations. Can you recall that?
Uthi mangabe usazokhumbula umantshi lo yalo bekahleli ngaleli yalanga uye wabuza lo mmeli ngalolo daba lokushawa kwabamangalelwa usakhumbula lokho?
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Usafuna mhlawumbe ukuthi akubuzele wona futhi kahle lo mbuzo?
Ngicela ungiphinde.
Yes, please.
All right. It's the same situation like in Tembisa. I just want to draw you closer. Mr. Nkwana was the legal aid attorney for accused 1 to 4 in Boksburg.
Umnumzana Nkwana bekummeli wakamamsolwa wokuqala ukuya kumsolwa wesine eBoksburg anyisho.
Yeah.
That is correct.
On the 5th of March, sorry, the 27th of November.
The 27th
Just confirm the date, 27th. On the 5th of March 2020.
ngeyi-5 zika March ngo-2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mr. Nkwana informed the court about the allegations by accused number 3 and number 2 that they were assaulted at the places where they were kept. Did you hear that?
Umnumzana Nkwana uye watshela inkantolo ukuthi umsolo wesibini nowesithathu bona bathi bayashawa la bekade bevalelwe khona.
You remember?
Uye wakuzwa lokho noma usakukhumbula lokho?
Yeah, ngeke ngakuzwa.
Yes, I did hear such.
Then the magistrate made an inquiry. He actually asked Mr. Nkwana
Umantshi yena wabuza umnumzana Nkwana
about those allegations
ngaleyo ndaba yokushawa
and gave directives as to where it should be reported.
waphinda umantshi watshela umnumzana Nkwana ukuthi kwamele ayoripota kuphi.
And Mr. Nkwana undertook to report those allegations.
Umnumzana Nkwana watshela umantshi ukuthi yebo nkosi yenkantolo ngizoyenza isiqiniseko sokuthi mina ngiyiripote le ndaba.
The question now is, in Tembisa Court on the 10th of July,
Umbuzo nawo usewuza ke
did
ukuthi
the same thing happen when you told the magistrate that you are being assaulted by the investigating police officers?
umbuzo ke nawo uza ukuthi wena ithe uma utshela umantshi usebenzisa ummeli wakho ukutshela umantshi ukuthi wena uyashawa ukuthi ushawa amaphoyisa kuye kwayenziwa na lelo daba lokuthi kukhulunywe ngalo?
Cha, akwenzakalanga ngaphandle kokuthi nje kwathiwa mina kumele ngiye eModabi kuphela. Akukho kwalandela emva kwalapho.
There was nothing further, my lord, that was said or taken steps on as I was only instructed that I will have to go to Moda B.
So even the presiding officer did not direct that you should be taken to a medical practitioner.
Umanchi akazange naye asho ukuthi kwamele uyisiwe kudokotela.
Cha, akazasho Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
All right, let's move out. There's evidence that you were arrested by Buthelezi. And that evidence, during the arrest or prior to going to Fosloras from Tembisa, do you remember that evidence? Where you were arrested in Tembisa and then taken to Fosloras. Do you remember?
Usakhumbula lobu bufakazi obuzile bokuthi wena uboshwe eThembisa wayisiwa eFosloras?
Yebo ngiyakukhumbula Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I still recall that.
There's evidence by Sergeant Mhola that before they left Tembisa, he called Constable Munareng to beef up a security. Do you still remember that evidence?
Usakhumbula ukuthi kunobufakazi obuze ngoSergeant Mhola ethi ngaphambi kokuthi kuhanjwe eThembisa uye washaya ucingo eshayela uMunareng ukuze athole abanye abazomsiza.
Do you remember that?
Ukuthi bawongeze ubuvikelo.
Ngikhumbula ukukhulunywa ngoButhelezi Nkosi enkantolo.
I remember that being mentioned by Buthelezi, my lord.
All right. So I want to put it to you, or to clarify to you, that Sergeant Mhola told this court that when you were arrested, Constable Munareng was not there. He was asked to beef up a security so that they can go to Sutu hostel.
Uthi ke yena ufuna ukukwazisa ukuthi uSergeant Mhola uthe uMunareng wayekade engekho ngaleso sikhathi uboshwa. uMunareng uye wathintwa nje ukuthi azonceda ngalesikhathi kuyisiwa eBasuthu hostel.
Nkosi enkantolo mangiqalisa ukuboshwa ngikhoshwa ngebhamu kwakuyibo uMnareng. uMnareng ube khona ngiboshwa up until kuze kuba khona abangiphelezelayo abangisePitori bona basale Soweto.
My lord, when I was firstly arrested and pointed with firearms, Munareng was part of those police officers that arrested me and they took me to Pretoria.
Yes. Before I sit down, I want you to explain this from your mouth. There is this thing we call torture in English. Can you interpret it for him? Torture.
Uthi ke ufuna wena uchaze ngomlomo wakho kunalento ebizwa phecelezi itorture ukuhlukunyezwa.
All right. It is the evidence of Mukhani, if I'm not mistaken, that they gave you food on the 31st, sorry, not Mukhani because he was not present on the 30th. One of the arresting officers said they shared with you food. Did you eat on that day?
Kunelinye iphoyisa laba kulaba bekade bekubopha bona bathe bakunike ukudla badle nawe ukudla njengoba bebedla nabo. Wena ummeli ufuna ukwazi ukuthi uye wadla na ngalelo la.
Cha, angaze ngize ngidle Nkosi enkantolo. Ukudla lokhu ngigcine ngabo 9 ekhaza sekuseni ngisendlini.
No, my lord, I did not eat on that particular day except for when I had ate at around 9 whilst I was still at home. There is no police officer who offered me food.
All right. When did you then get food?
Ukudla ukuthole
If you were
nini?
not offered. For the first time after you were arrested.
Okokuqala ngemva kokuthi uboshwe.
Ukudla ngithole ejele epolice station ukuthi kuthiwa nakho ukudla kwami ekseni mabefika before befika bezongithatha omhami.
I only got food in the morning at the police station just before the investigating officers came to book me out.
Okay. In terms of traveling with you, from the time you were arrested up to the time where you were detained, when we calculated, it gave us more than 14 hours.
Kusukela lesikhathi lesi baze bakubopha kufikela uze bazokubuyisa. Sonke lesisikhathi uma sibala isinike amahora ayishumi nane.
Mr. Ngomezulu, is this re-examination?
Now, my lord, may
What
I
is
withdraw?
this? What? Yeah, just tell me, maybe I'm ignorant.
No, I wanted to
What?
get into the definition of torture.
No. The
But
question is this re-examination? That's all I want to know.
may I withdraw that question? With due respect, may I?
No, you don't have to withdraw anything. You got to tell me, hey, procedurally I'm correct because re-examination
No,
says
I'm-
this and that and that and
I'm
that.
touching to the new aspect, my lord. That's why I'm withdrawing
Oh, I see.
with
Okay.
the leave of the court.
All right, fine.
Thank you, my
You mustn't say I'm biased or unfair.
lord. Yes,
I'm just saying, in terms of the law, I don't understand that to be re-examination.
yes, my lord.
Okay, fine.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. And Mr. Spear, in conclusion of your evidence, everything as we have said during examination in chief and cross-examination, everything that was done by Mboto, Gininda, Khatebe, and other members was not according to your will.
Manje ke baba, uma sewuqeda ubufakazi bakho, uthini uthi yonke into eyenzwe abombotho, abo Brigadier Gininda nabanye, yonke into ebakwenze yona bekungasi into ebe wena uyivumela ukuthi wena uyabavumela ukuthi bayenze leyo nto leyo.
Konsekatolo konke okwenziwe kimi akazi kuze kube intando yami, angaze ngikwenze ngokuthanda, ngangisatshiswa, ngangihlukunyezwa, ngangalali nasebusuku.
My Lord, everything that was done to me, it was not my will. I never gave anyone a right to do that. I was threatened and I did not even sleep at night.
Lastly, all of them, all of these police officers that partook during the arrest, during the taking of the alleged confessions and pointing out, they said they explained to you the right to remain silent. Most of them, that is common to them.
Uthi ke ekugcineni bonke lamaphoyisa noma ubuningi babo bathe baye bachazisela ilungelo lakho lokuthula.
Cha, alikho iphoyisa elake langitshela ngelungelo lokuthula.
No, there is no police officer that had explained my right to silence.
All right. Thank you, my lord. No further questions.
Are you going to call a witness?
My lord, in respect of Mr. Spear, there is a witness that we intend to call, but is not available.
Yeah.
Um,
So
then-
what are you saying?
I would like to, I was actually going to ask for accused number 2 to take a stand, but I
No,
want,
no.
sorry,
You've got to first deal with accused number 1's case.
may
If
I,
you want to call a witness, fine. If you want a
Yes.
postponement to call a witness, fine. But you can't, before you have closed number 1's case, start with number 2's case.
all right, my lord,
The judges in the high, at the, at the constitutional court, they will say, "Iphuma pele judge."
thank you, my lord. My lord, this is what I canvassed to my colleagues as well. And according to the arrangement that I've made with the witness, he was going to be available tomorrow.
No, fine.
And I would request, Your Worship, sorry, my lord, that the matter, the witness stand down until tomorrow.
No, fine. No problem. Mr. Sibande, any
Yes.
objection?
No objection to the calling of the witness, even though we don't know which witness the defense
Alex?
is going to call. I'm saying no objection to the calling of the witness. Yes.
You were mumbling something else.
I'm saying it was not placed on record. Who are they going to call?
Yeah, you don't have to know that.
Okay.
You'll know it when he's there. Okay, before we then adjourn, placing it on record that the matter is postponed for further hearing of accused number one's rebuttal evidence in a trial within a trial, because he intends to call a witness in support of his case. Consequently, the matter is postponed to tomorrow at 10. The gesture says, ukhuluma ngezandla.
Inkantolo iyabuza ukuthi manje kwenzakalani njengoba ukhuluma ngezandla.
Oh, kwesinkantolo bekade ngithi ngilokhu ngibuzisa ukuthi lezi la engafaka khona izithuba kungaba zi23, so bengithi mhlawumbe mabe ngangizela lapha ephelele ngikwazi ukuconfirm ngoba bathi i26 zazi Sunday futhi ngenza imistake.
Who must bring the paper?
Alethwe ubani lawo maphepha?
Ngicabanga ukuthi umshushisi engaba nawo.
Maybe the state.
Yeah, Mr. Sibande, can you take the exigency of those papers which he says they're important for him with Mr. Gomezulu and Mr. Ramusipiti? Just tell him what the court says.
Manje inkantolo ithi umshushisi ayenze isiqiniseko sokuthi mhlawumbe angakhuluma nalabo abaphethe lawo maphepha lawo ukuthi bangakulethela wona bakwazi ukuthi bawanike mhlawumbe umnumzana Mngomezulu nomnumzana Ramusipiti qala.
Okay.
Yeah.
As the court pleases.
Right,
Manje
Secretary
iqala lihlethiselwa kusasa.